How are we all doing today? Oh, I'm barely awake. Hi, hello, welcome on in, everybody. Hello, everyone. It's me, the chicka drift Lissa. Yes, we're gonna play Forza for 5 minutes. The shortest Forza stream ever. And then I'm gonna go on with the regular stuff I have planned today. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm a little low energy, so we're cracking the Diet Dr. Pepper right now. So you might be wondering, though, why I need to play Forza for a minute. I'm trying to work out a little quality bug that I've been noticing in some of my recordings and some of my, especially my live stream VODs. So I'm trying just to fix that real quick. And I think it's most prevalent when I'm going at high speeds in a game like Forza. So we're gonna pop into Forza real quick because I did some changes and I want to see if it's better. So I'm loading that up right now, which, you know, takes an hour and a half to load into the game. Good morning, Barry Fox. How are you? Also, hello, Wanter Draco, GT, Riku, NJ. Who did I miss? Did I say Wanter? I think I did. It's good to have you all here this morning. We're going to be talking about some car stuff today. I have a video I wanted to watch, and I thought maybe it might be interesting to watch with all of you. I haven't actually watched it, so I don't know. Maybe it's a bad video. We'll have comments if it is. I think this guy kind of lines up with my kind of sensibilities in a lot of way. Maybe not as much, because I don't think they have, it's specifically a conversation about street racing. I have more of a background with street racing than this creator does. So, at least as far as I've revealed, maybe they do and they haven't revealed that. I'm a little bit more open about my early days of street racing, so not everyone cares to share those sort of things, you know? I'm gonna switch over real quick. Let's test this real quick. It's actually perfect time of day. Oh, it's so pretty. Just the giant mountain there. Every time I see it, it's pretty. But this kind of like low time of day stuff is when I notice the issues the most. What's happening is there's a lot of artifacting in the stream usually. Especially when I'm playing Forza, and I'm trying to work that out of my system as much as possible. I have 2 hugely robust computers. I should be able to manage at least getting some high quality streams. I think the bigger issue is just the bandwidth limitations, but we're streaming at 6,000 bits, so. We actually did 7,000 yesterday, which, you know, Twitch doesn't allow technically, but, you know, technically that quality improvement will show up on YouTube or something like that. So we're just going to do a little quick drive. But I'm doing good. We're going to jump into the main content of stuff, and we're going to talk about some up-and-coming events and what's coming along for a number of projects we have going on in the background as I recruit more and more people to help me. Yeah, it's usually worse at night, so I'll be curious how this looks. On the stream. Especially in the VODs. The VODs always seem to look worse. And I think there's a lot of people who want to see the VODs, but you know. I died. We'll see how that looks, you know. Just gotta get my daily wheel spin in. Gambling already. I'm not even starting my stream right. But thank you for letting me do this real quick. Woo! Wow, I have today off. Well, it's time to wrap up stream. It's been a great stream, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be back next. No, I'm just kidding. And stream immediately. Ow! 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 Hey! Hey! I gave you that tool to bully me, not to bully me. Wait a minute. But it's good to have you all here this morning. Good morning, Angrius. I hope you're doing well. Well, I've been going to the gym. I've been going to the gym with Angrius specifically. And Angrius and I have been doing the workout game, and I tell you, I'm feeling the gains. Oh, am I feeling the gains today? Getting swole. Yeah. Well, yesterday I talked about it briefly, because I was playing like the Overwatch matches and whatnot, and my left arm hurts a lot. And so yesterday I went into the gym. I went twice. Now I'm going basically every day, but it's, figuring out what days I'm going to take like a break in. I'll figure that out eventually. I'm not there yet, but I hurt my arm the first day, and I kind of knew I was going to push myself a little hard and have a few bumps and bruises from it. Basically push some muscles a little too hard. I knew that was going to happen. That happens especially when you are not doing a lot of workout, after my surgery and stuff. It's been 2 months since I've really done a more aggressive workout. So I kind of I wanted to see where I was. What are my limits? Oh, wow, I can do 75-pound bicep curls. What the fuck? Apparently I shouldn't. And I'm feeling the regrets of this now. So yesterday I went back in and I was like, I will, I'll do a little bit, but I'm not going to do much. So I did bicep curls. It was just like a series of reps. I did like 20 at 20 pounds. And it hurts so much worse today. I was like, okay, I guess I can't even do that. So I took an extra long shower this morning, knowing that I would be the only one using up the water, and just really soaked some heat into my arm. And that feels much better, but I think it's mostly just muscle pain now, but I can't fully extend my arm for the time being. Whoopsie. Overextended or something. I don't know. I don't think the joint's swollen. It's just muscle pain.
Lizard.
Yeah, at first I thought, oh, maybe the joint's swollen, but I'm not feeling any. Yeah, there's no swelling in the joint. It's just muscle pain. But it's real strong muscle pain, so it hurts. It hurts real bad. I keep trying to carefully stretch it out today.
Do you know that feeling when and the when for what?
I you know what, Andrew? I do know that feeling. That's how I wake up every day, and I'm like, you ever have a dream where you just you could just do them? 60 stream streak. Holy shit. 65 stream streak. I didn't even see that one. Oh my gosh. Thank you all. Thank you all for the insane stream streaks on Twitch here. Really appreciate that. Yeah, so, gosh. It's Whatever Wednesday, which usually just means I'm goofing around or being silly or yapping with chat. So we're going to be doing a bunch of yapping this morning. We'll jump into a video for a little bit. We're going to watch a regular car reviews video where they talked about street racing is getting cars crushed. I'm curious of their opinion, and I will probably have my own opinions about this as well. Yeah, streak buddies. Hey, no streaking in my chat. Put your clothes back on. We're finally going to look at Bladed Angel. What? I never said that. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm loving going to I didn't think I'd ever be a gym person, and here I am being a gym person and loving it. Like, I'm fucking loving a McDonald's sandwich right about now, too.
The burning you feel. It is shame.
It is shame, yes. The shame of me eating that entire package of Oreo cookies at one time and getting so sick from it that I nearly threw up. Thank God I haven't done that for a long time. I used to have some really bad eating habits. I still kind of do, but, I did only eat like a giant turkey and cheese sandwich last night. I was like, I don't know what else to cook. I'm too tired. Turkey and cheese. It's all I'm eating today. It was fucking delicious, actually. That after workout hunger that hits you is just like, oh my God, it's so strong. I felt like I could have eaten the entire house. I had to it was like 10 o'clock and I was upstairs and I'm like, I feel like I just want to make something real quick. And I was like, I was going to make like a pizza basically. I don't even have a pizza to make. I was going to make them I was going to make mini pizzas. And I did this for breakfast actually. I was going to make mini pizzas on, what is it? English muffins. Have you ever had that? Have you ever tried that? It's surprisingly good. I don't know what I like about it. It's weird, but it's good. Throw English muffins down. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, that was a reference? Burning You Feel Ashamed? Is that like a Castlevania reference? No, it can't be. It's gotta be something else. Something I don't know. Last one alive, lock the door. Yeah, no, I'm not getting this one. Oh, you know it. Oh, is it a Team Fortress one? Man, I haven't watched those forever. I think I've forgotten all about them. Meet the heavy, meet the sniper. Meet the pyro. Meet the pyro one was really funny. That's when I've locked the door. I don't remember that being a voice line. What the heck? Have I just like forgotten it? Am I just like out of the loop on Team Fortress 2 stuff? I feel like I might be. That one is Soldier. Yeah, I just cannot remember these at all. Oh my gosh. Maybe I need to like dive into that a little bit more to like go through the Team Fortress collection again. All those voice actors are like fucking old as shit now. They're dying and dropping like flies. We gotta like cherish their memories, you know. The next generation isn't gonna understand the new stuff. It's not gonna be in Fortnite, so they won't know what the fuck it is. I never was like a huge like nerd into it, I suppose. Yeah, I guess that's accurate. I think I like more of the Source Flash animations. Like I probably remember more of not the Flash animations, but the Source films that were coming out of you know, the ones that weren't made by Valve, the ones that were made by, you know, some dude in his basement, you know, making a furry reference or whatever, and like what's the one where Scout meets a furry or whatever? Ooh, notices your bulgy walgy. Have you ever seen that one? That one's fucking funny. This is not very cash money. God, I love that one. That one's hilarious. Cracks me up. I need to see TF2 versus FNAF. It's 2 episodes. That sounds awful. I don't want to watch anything FNAF related. Maybe we can watch it. We'll consider it. We will consider. We'll put it on the consideration list. What I'm gonna do is I need to like we were supposed to do a media share like a year ago, and I just have not gotten to it because I'm really bad at like setting things up. So in my attempts to get more organized as well as work out and actually get things done that I want to do, we're gonna have some additional like content like that anyway, so why not actually get that done? So I'm probably just gonna have like a submit channel for that. We technically already do, it's just not really used. But on the Discord, we do have a thing on the Discord, our channel in the Discord for specifically requesting watches of things. Partly because I always like to go through and make sure I'm not going to get dinged from YouTube for copyrighted music and stuff like that. A lot of these things have those, so I have to be a little careful. Scout Meets a Curious Creature or something like that. Yeah. Scout Meets a Curious Creature, I think it is what it's called. And it's like, it's Kazuna, right? Kazuna Ai. I'm pretty sure it's her. Her model, at least, and like the Scout, and it's silly, it's ridiculous, And it's beautiful. And it's a little questionable. But I like a little questionable. You know, sometimes you gotta do a little questionable thing. Things, if life was perfect, we'd be bored. Scout gets attacked by a wild yet curious being. Found it. Yes. There's one where Sozuka is in bed with a kangaroo fur and it turns out to be Spy. What the fuck? Yeah, I used to watch a lot of those. There's some good ones out there. Yeah, I think Source Filmmaker was like the greatest thing ever. Thank goodness we had that. Otherwise we wouldn't have gotten all that Overwatch porn. I mean, what? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That doesn't exist. What? In the cadence of Amazing Digital Circuit meme, me, better not be Seaside. Better not be Seaside again. My boss. It's Seaside again! God damn it. Ha! Anger's gonna get all my sponsors deleted. I'm not gonna get any sponsors if all my clips are me saying horny shit. God damn you. I'll say it again. No, I didn't hear nothing. There's some insane dedication, though, I have to agree. I see stuff like, what? Why does it look so good? Not all of my clips are, thank goodness. Imagine if they were! The detail. Anyway. Damn, I used hand sanitizer and it hazed my nails ever so slightly and I'm mad about it. Spider fur. What? What? I'm sorry. What? Huh? That's what my dad used to call his farts, barking spiders, and now I call my farts that. I think what was the other one? There was another one. What did he used to say? Barking ducks. Or no, he would just say, oh, there's a duck. Because he's farting. Yeah. Wouldn't call it a barking nose. Just be like, oh, there's a duck. What? Crap. I can just rip a fat fart. Disgusting. But that was gross. When I fart now, I see the same thing. I'm just becoming my dad. Oh, God. Oh, man. She's yapping again. I know, Ari. I just can't. I can't stop. I just yap. I'm like a little dog. Like you know Chihuahuas that are like really barky and aggressive. Fart slop. Okay, we don't need to bring the fart slop back. Hey, okay. You know what? Back in the day, here's the thing. Back in the day when Source Filmmaker was like popping off and everyone was making Team Fortress 2 videos and whatnot. Everyone would have been calling that in the modern day. We would have called that TF2 slop. And I'm telling you right now, I hate that. I hate that reductiveness of that. I fucking hate that. So maybe I kind of do hate calling things slop now, actually. I think I've changed my mind. My opinion is altered. I'm just your cat, nonstop being vocal all the time. Meow! Meow! Meow. Can your cat hear me? Meow. Is the cat in the room right now? Meow. 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 Is that working? Is your cat responding? Damn it. But yeah, no. At least she's cuter. Yeah. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not cute? Anyway, cow. God, I deserve that, actually. No, that one was deserved. Anyway, that one was dessert? Yummy. No, I said deserved. Damn it. It was deserved. I deserved that. The stop sign to the face. Did it even hit me? I didn't even notice. I pay so little attention to what's going on around me. Well, yes. I want to talk about some things that are coming out. So obviously this summer event, summer outfit reveal coming up here very soon. Considering that it's almost the end of summer. Sorry, I had an appendicitis. Anyway, so we got work progress on that this week. I'm getting some more work on it done today and probably tomorrow. And hopefully we're going to have it done. I'm hoping to have the base stuff done by this weekend, which means I can say, oh, the weekend after this we'll be ready, basically, right? Swimsuit maid outfit. No, it's not a swimsuit maid outfit, but it is a cute summer outfit. And there will be the summer pool party. So we'll get that scheduled as quickly as possible and kind of go from there. And then kind of branching out from there, we have the next couple of months are like some of my busiest months. So we've got a lot of content to kind of mill out and work on. So the big thing we have September. You're a believer? Where are they? Yeah, they don't exist. I'm sorry. If I was a 3D modeler, maybe I could do a little bit more advanced stuff, but I am not a 3D modeler. I'm just a basic bitch. But we have up and coming big things, right? September. September is a big month for every streamer. Every streamer does some sort of like sub-community event goal thing. We've usually stayed pretty low-key about it. We've done a couple events, but nothing too major. We're going to change how we do it this year. Because in the past, we've done 2 subathon things kind of back to back because I have a big event that I do in October and I have a big event that I do in September. We're going to focus on the September one this year, and we're still going to do a big event that is not focused on subs and gifted and all that stuff, right? It's just focused on the celebration for the Halloween season, the scary spooky time, spooky month. Yes, so we got 2 big events. I got a month to get it all sorted out for 2 events. That's a lot on my plate. So I got to get working on those. And then we have getting ready for Christmas right after that. I don't really do much for like fall, Thanksgiving. Don't really do a whole lot. We just kind of like hang out and chill through that period of time. I usually stream every Thanksgiving. For those of you who are in the U.S., I will be streaming. I'll also probably be streaming, if it lines up at least, on what day is it? The Canadian Thanksgiving. I can't remember which day that is. Maybe Ari can help me remember. And then we have... What else do we have? We have obviously Christmas coming up. And then we'll be back to the stream anniversary coming up in 2027. So we have some big stuff coming up here real quick. So in the next couple of months, you'll be seeing a lot of announcements for September and Oktoberfest. Scary games, a bit of scary games. I don't know what our theming is going to be this year. I haven't decided. I was thinking like, you know, kind of like a bloody October kind of theme, you know, go with the murder and ultra violence kind of vibes. Shift at midnight. We might be able to shift at midnight sooner than that, but I haven't picked it up yet. I will probably soon. I had an opportunity to work with them, but I didn't. It was gone in like a heartbeat. I'm so bummed about that. Just like instantly gone. What a bummer. October 12th, 2026. Yeah, so let's see. October 12th. Whoo-wee. Yeah, no, I won't be streaming that day. It won't be it's a Monday, not a Tuesday, so yeah. Yikes, you know. Speaking of work, you may have screwed yourself. What do you mean? I do think that's the date. Yeah, that would make some sense. I think it's around there. It's right before ours by like a month, so. I know that's because I have a Canadian friend that tells me every year. It wishes me happy Thanksgiving on the wrong day, and then I wish them happy Thanksgiving on the wrong day, and it's very funny. We have a big joke about it. I found out today Twitter didn't notify me of chat requests. Uh-oh. Twitter sucks anyway. At least I think. I think Twitter sucks. You have 12 and one was from January. Oh my gosh. Andrew, what the heck? That one friend of yours isn't alone in being Canadian? Well, you can't be. You're from New Jersey. That's why you have NJ in your name. Clearly your name is not an abbreviation for your real name, which is Nick Jackson. I like it's making up names for my viewers. I feel like a jerk and I haven't even done anything. I mean, it just happens, yeah.
In the bin.
In the bin. No, I've gotten message requests from people too, and like it's like months later, and I'm like, oh, huh, well, I ignore 90% of these because 90% of them are scam anyway. But there's like one. There was recently a VTuber who was reaching out to me to like potentially do some collaboration work, and I was like, oh, well, that was 6 months ago. Like, fuck. You're Canadian, not from New Jersey? That's crazy. All right, Nick Jackson. But yeah, no, I just kind of feel bummed out about it and just move on, I guess. I don't know. It is, what are you to do, you know? I have that moment where I'm like, oh, this kind of sucks. Why did I not do this sooner? I should have jumped in there and I should have done it. Let's just say you're from New Canada. Well, then their name would be NC. New Canada. What do they always call it, like in sci-fi movies when it's like, oh, not sci-fi. It's literally Futurama does it. It's New York. New York. I like New York. It could be New Canada. Oh, not as funny because you don't normally have new in Canada in front of Canada. Anyway, my elbow fucking is killing me. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I'm going to stretch out a little bit. Ooh! Feel the burn! Ah! I think I need to take an Advil. I think it might be Advil time. You know what I said yesterday? I was like, oh yeah, I need to take an Advil. I need to take my pills anyway. Well, guess what I didn't do today? So it's a good time. Remember, kids, take your vitamins, take your antidepressants, take your hormones, whatever you got to take. Take your medications. Smoke a spliff, whatever you got to do. You need to get high. Now is the time to consider doing just that. That's right. You have to go to the store, though? Okay, go to the store high. Have somebody else drive. Problem solved. Fuck, I'd go to the store high. It sounds amazing. Get me super stoned. Let's go. We'll take Chad out to the grocery store. Doc's where I live. Come on, Chad, let's go. We're just in the grocery store. So yeah, this is where I get all my food. Until there's old hell and new hell, huh? What happened to Old Hell? What happened to Old Hell? Pardon me. Oh my goodness. I was gonna look something up. I saw a little news article. Something about Subaru wanted to do like another. It's like it wanted to put more efforts in to revive its STI branding. I didn't read into it. Okay, yeah. Here's the article. I found it. Speaking of car talk, because I didn't want to talk about cars today. Surprise! 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 Ready? Chat. Heads up. Flashbang. Hell was becoming overpopulated, so they moved. I mean, yeah, I'd move too. That's why I moved to the middle of nowhere in Oregon. I'm out in the boonies. Ain't a goddamn soul out here. Except for that one neighbor. But other than them, you know. STI is about to get an internal boost within the mothership. Subaru is apparently taking its new performance ambitions really seriously. Recently, reports indicate that the Japanese automaker has just established a new specific division within the engineering department solely dedicated to developing a new range of performance vehicles. Are we coming back with actual performance vehicles? Is this really what's happening? They couldn't, no. What's wrong with STI? I think STI is perfectly fine. I mean, STI is perfectly fine. Uh-huh. Listen, it's been STI for like ever, okay? When did STI start? That was like back in 2000. It was pre-2000s, right? The STI was launched in 96. That was before STIs existed. So they didn't know any better, and now they're just going to stick with it. Clearly, STIs didn't exist back then. It was just called being gay. Not entirely wrong. Queer history is wild. So, let's see. According to Japan's local automotive outlet, Best Car, Subaru created a department called Product Innovation Headquarters. More importantly, within that department, a subdivision specifically called Sports Vehicle Planning Office. Now, we at Motoring Desk, I was like, I misread something there. PIH. Yeah, STI sounds better than we at the Motoring Desk may only sometimes claim to be pros at the car testing thing. If you ask us, though, that sounds like the proper foundation for some truly fun stuff. So there's a lot of speculation, it sounds like, already. Let's see. According to the report, Subaru created a sports vehicle planning office to mark the beginning of mark a new beginning for the brand. Over the past several months, Fuji Heavy Industries owned automaker has openly proven its desires to make fun cars again. I mean, have they proven their desire? I mean, I guess they did. They did come out with the BRZ at some point, but I mean, I don't know. And I'll start with the debut of the STI Performance B and Performance E concept at the 2025 Japan's Mobile Show. Assuming that is a picture right there. We'll open that in a new tab. We'll take a look, see what that leads us to. Not only the return of the STI as a Subaru's sporty range of vehicles. Also reported the brand's effort to put the STI Performance B concept into production. It supposedly won't just be a JDM market-only limited edition special. So they actually want to bring it to the greater market, which means it's going to get watered down like crazy. That is a very cool-looking concept car, though. I mean, that, see, exactly. There you go. Bryn coming out with the real facts. Toyota put a gun to Subaru's head and said, make this car. And you know what they did? They did that. I don't know, maybe they didn't need a gun. I think Subaru's kind of was a little excited about it. Rear-wheel drive, a boxer motor car. How many of those do we get these days, you know? That isn't a Porsche. Yeah. Not a lot of those these days. We decided to stop doing things the old way, Subaru's chief technical officer, Tetsuro Fujinuki? I hope it's pronounced that way because it sounds fun. Because it's boring. Yeah. I want to do things. Stop doing things the old way because it's boring. Yeah, no, I agree. I think it is boring. Nuki. That's what I used to call my cat. Her name was Nuki because her full name was Tanuki. So what does this mean for STI? Well, as a performance, a big question is the new division could impact Subaru's performance brand, STI, or Subaru Technical Instruments. Neither Fujiniku or Subaru has specified. Damn it, it just means we're getting a bigger Forester next year. God damn it! The Forester truck! Forester F450! Son of a bitch! I really hate it. So one of my arguments is like both the Outback wagon and the Forester continuously year after year get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and I think those vehicles are very similar, but I hate that they keep getting so big. And like I can understand if one got bigger or something like that and they didn't have like the top end Ascent model. Have you seen the Subaru Ascent? It's insane. That thing is massive. Let's take a look at the Subaru's latest concept to reintroduce the brand's most beloved nameplate. So these are the concept cars. Can we zoom in on this? Is this site zoom friendly? Yes, it is. Look at that. Zoom on in for this. So this is what the production ready concept car looks like. This is just an Impreza with a wing on it. What is this? Okay, so yes, a little basic. Kind of harkens back to the 09 era with the flare and the hatchback. Kind of a bigger wing than I would expect is needed. I feel like that's going to get smaller before it gets released. I mean, it looks good. It looks aggressive. It looks fun. I'd fuck it, you know? Like, I mean, I don't know. It looks, you know, proud of boxer. Okay, that just looks, okay. I just kind of, that's a weird slogan to have on the front hood. I'm sorry. It just, people who don't know what a boxer engines are just going to think you're really proud that you're wearing boxers. And they're going to be I'm so proud that I got my boxers on. Oh, now this is a concept car. The Performance E STI concept car hints at the nameplate's future. We'll see if that's really true. Looks kind of like a Brz in the front. BRZ. The Solterra will now be competing with the Hummer EV. Is the Solterra getting bigger now? God damn it. Hey, I thought the Solterra failed. I thought the Solterra was a complete wash for them. Hi, Austin. Hello. Oh, you're just joking. Okay. I just see it doesn't feel like a joke. I just feel like it is just literally going to be like that's the next thing it's going to be. You know, I'm fully expecting an EV version of the what is it? I just said it earlier. Oh my gosh, what is it? Oh, I can't think of the name. I literally just said it. Man, I can't think of the name of the other car that I just mentioned. Is the Soarer? No, that's not it. That's the wrong car. What? It starts with S2, doesn't it? No. They're giant SUV. I literally said it like no problem. And now when I try to think of it, I can't actually think of it. I got 2 brain cells that don't work. And I'm rubbing them together for good luck, you know. It's like having 2 pennies. Yeah, I mean, I think the rim design on this is sick. I love this. This is like probably one of the cooler looking rim designs. These are the new salad shredders, right? Yeah, these are like, remember the Corvette salad shooter rims? Anyone know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna Google these. I wonder if anyone knows why they're called that. Because I know. Oh boy, do I know. I think anyone my age knows. Man, actually, here's one. Oh my gosh, this looks so good on a Subaru. Yo, I'm being rated by Dyslexia. Hello. Well, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. My name is Driftless. We're having a car conversation about, well, we're talking about salad shooters right now, if you know what those are. Well, good morning. Hello. How are you doing, D? How was your stream? What were you up to today? Let's see. You're playing Disco Elysium. How are you enjoying Disco Elysium? I've heard really good stuff about it. My roommates kind of like the game. Make sure to give D a follow. Let's see. I'm gonna pull up. We're doing a little car chat today. I thought, like, I'm trying to. It's linking to a Facebook, so I don't want to like reveal my Facebook stuff. So I'm gonna open it up. So these are salad shooter rims. Do you know why they're called salad shooter rims? Because with the era of this coming out, the salad shooter was a stupid device to grate your lettuce for you. That's basically what it was. And I guess these kind of look like that. I don't think they actually do, but they do look like tiny blades that are going to shred your shit. And these are off the Corvette, what, the C era Corvette. Yeah. It's very fun. Thank you for the shout out. Of course. Well, it's good to have all your viewers here with us today. I appreciate you sharing your audience with us. Hopefully they want to stick around and hang out with us. But if you need to raid and run, and that goes for anyone, feel free. Make sure you do your aftercare stream. You know, take your showers, eat your breakfast, whatever you need to do. The C4 and the C5. Yeah, C4 and C5 Corvettes. Came with these rims. So they're kind of desired because they actually look really fucking good. Surprisingly good. And this kind of reminds me. These rims kind of remind me of that. They kind of give me that vibe, right? If these came out when we're in mass production and popularity, I think a lot of people would try to get these rims for their other cars. I could see that. I don't know if the hexagonal shape design would fly super, like longevity wise, be super cool vibe, but I kind of like it still, you know. But yeah, these are super cool looking. Yeah, I love that. That's super cool. So it kind of gives me that vibe. I'll be curious how different the concept to a reality car would work. I know it sounds like they don't necessarily want to make the electric car a reality. Didn't Nvidia oh my god, isn't the Envision coming out from Hyundai? I'm pretty sure they're doing the Envision, right? That was it, like they're actually going to do the Envision. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I think it's good that they're coming out with more concepts of sports cars. I would love to own an STI like this. I think it'd be very fun. I think it's kind of the right direction to go, and I'd be really curious to see what the tuning community is going to do to these cars, because, like, let's be honest, that's where the cool stuff comes into play for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I think it looks great. It has a really aggressive like stance. I love the cutout for the tire here. Like that's just like super aggressive and cool. I think in the final version it probably won't have that just because there's so many regulations about having X amount of tire covered up and blah 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 blah. But yeah, I think it looks interesting too. Yeah. We're looking at Toyota's next. They got some shit coming too. Do they? Let me take a look here. What's Subaru? What's Gazoo Racing got going on? Toyota rather. Gazoo. Let's see. What do they got coming out? Yeah, really the only thing that I'm seeing on their end is the GRGT, which we have in we have this in Forza, right? I'm not seeing any like crazy news. It's like racing news, it seems like mostly. Yeah. So just this is a concept car. I love the look of this. I think this is a great looking car. I would love it if we had more sleek, low cars, you know, reminds me of the Soarer era or the, yeah. There's an MR2 concept? Okay, I'm not seeing that when I search for it. Let's take another gather here. MR2 concept. 2029 Toyota GR MR2, what we know so far. So there's this. Which, I mean, that's highly futuristic looking. Yeah, I hate these car and driver sites. They always try to dox you. I love that. Love that. Let's try it. This is not going to try to dox me. Not that, but there were some camo prototypes. Do you got any links? Share them to me in Discord and I can take a look. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything that's showing me that. Nothing actively showing me that. Well, is it the red? Like, there's a red in Toyota MR2 spy testing at Fuji Speedway. It looks not like MR2. It looks more like a Yaris. Am I crazy? God, I hate Car and Driver's website. Holy shit! Stop trying to dox me, you fucking bastards. All right, we're on Twitter, which is even more dangerous. Oh my god, I can't even... I am logged into Twitter. What the fuck? Oh my god. I am logged out of Twitter. That's weird. I haven't been logged out of Twitter forever. What's going on? Why am I logged out of Twitter? Concerning. Did I just get this timeout? I'm gonna re-log back into Twitter. Okay, there we go. Logged back in. So weird. Get logged out of Twitter. Because you're logged out of Twitter, you can't see anything. So this must be what you're talking about. This must be what you're describing, I assume. Let's see if I get back to... There we go. I mean, yeah, definitely gives more Celica vibes than MR2, unless it's a rear engine. Which, hard to tell. It's really hard. They've done a pretty good job hiding it. Is it a video? Sounds like a 4-cylinder. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it'd be cool. It'd be a cool car if they came. If Toyota came out with that, that's fire. That's fire. Not NA. I think it's too hard to tell. Let's kill the music. Turn up the volume on it. Maybe. I can't tell if that's just the whooshing of air I'm hearing, or if it's the whooshing of a turbo pushing air. It sounds kind of throaty to be turbocharged. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, usually turbo... Not all the time, though. It just depends on the exhaust. I don't know. It's hard to say. A lot of speculation, I'm sure, going into that. Very cool, though, to see. I like, you know, I love Toyota come out with new stuff. I would love for Toyota to come up with a new car. I'd buy this, especially if it's rear-wheel drive. I'd buy this if I had money. I'd buy this if I... Quick chat, everyone donate. Actually, everyone watch these ads coming in 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Actually, after the ads, we'll probably jump into it here. Cautiously scrolling down. Yeah, it looks like a Celica. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah, it's kind of... This is the car I kept seeing pictures of. Ah! That's right. That's right. Ah! But yeah, no, it's interesting to see two Japanese companies coming out with some interesting stuff. And of course, they are kind of related to each other. Like, Toyota is the majority shareholder of Subaru. There we go. Yeah, so Toyota's the majority shareholder of Subaru, and so I know they have a lot of influence over them still. Which is I don't see Toyota as a bad thing. What I am afraid of, though, I think we are gonna lose. I'm really afraid we're gonna lose Nissan. I think Nissan might be heading for the pits. They did the all-wheel drive BRZ rally car. I guessing that's... I have no idea. I don't know what it is. Blame the French. Apparently, yeah, right? Because of the French CEO or whatever. I don't know how much validity is behind all that, but yeah. Seemed like some shady stuff was going on. What does a shallot shooter actually look like? Does anyone remember salad shooter ads? Yeah, salad shooter looks nothing like these rims. Look at this thing. How many are you? How many of you are old enough to remember this ad? For this machine, for this device. Why do we call the rims salad shooters? Why? Just because they look slightly like little blades? And this was popular in that era? Did anyone ever own one of these? Who here owned a salad shooter? They still make... Are these still sold? Oh, they are! Oh my god. They still sell these. These are still a thing. That's crazy. Another thing though, I got attachments, but it's useless. Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't work very good all the time. Because a little tiny handheld device, it doesn't feel like it would work. Maybe the newer ones are better, but like, I always thought the original wasn't very good. My mom owned one and hated it. I want to see if I can find the original ad. 1994 commercial. Retro commercial. Boy, I love old ads.
Salad sugar helps you every day.
How about some cheese for your pizza?
How about some cheese for that pizza?
Hash browns for breakfast.
Hash browns for breakfast.
Or shredded, and nothing tops a salad like salad
Nothing
shooter.
tops a salad. Oh my god.
Salad shooter electric slicer shredder, so you can fill an omelet, slice
I might
a
be
beef,
old
make
Chad.
a soup, top a treat, clean up easy,
Auntie
dishwasher
status
safe,
over
stores
here.
anywhere.
Salad sugar helps you every day.
Original and professional salad shooter.
Oh, they got a professional version.
Welcome back.
No. We're not coming back to whoever you are. I don't know who you are. No, stop playing the ad. No, stop it. Stop it. There we go. Back into the theater mode. Okay, yeah, we're gonna watch. I do have a video to watch here momentarily, but we are in ad time. But I like how I'm playing ads for my subscribers so that they know to not buy a salad shooter. Yeah, I remember like everyone would talk about them, and then there was like some weird joke going on about Shredder being involved with the salad shooter. I don't remember. It was weird. We were all kids at the time, you know. Leave it to America to shoot their salads. I'm telling you right now, America will shoot anything, anything we can. Anything that's good for us. Oh, man. You had something like this growing up? My mom had something like this? Yeah. My parents had one, too. My mom hated it. She hated it from the beginning. It always seemed to suck. Then we got one. We got a similar machine. So we had a old Kenmore. Not Kenmore. Who makes it? KitchenAid. We had a KitchenAid. And if you know anything about the KitchenAid mixers, they're like really robust, but they have a front attachment, and you can actually get basically a salad shooter attachment for the front of one of those, and that actually works really good. She had the good ones. Damn, maybe my parents just didn't know how to use it, but we used the KitchenAid, and that thing worked pretty slick, actually. I was kind of always fascinated by it. My mom would grind up and shred cucumbers, and because I was like a really picky eater, and so my mom wanted me to eat vegetables and fruits and things like that. So she would make them into like bakeable items, and so she'd make zucchini bread, zucchini brownies, I guess is more accurate. It was like cake brownies, and they were delicious, and it was the one way to get me to eat zucchini until I figured out there was zucchini in it. And then I stopped eating the zucchini bread. And it was delicious. I loved it. Oh, man. I was so picky about food, but the thing is, it was delicious and tasty, and I still hated it because it had zucchini in it. And it's like any vegetable was so disgusting to me when I was a kid. I just couldn't do it. I was a weird fucking kid. I was a weird kid. I don't know what to say. I was a weird kid. I was really picky. Never heard of that recipe? My mom probably made it herself. She just makes recipes. My dad has a really picky diet because he has celiacs, so he can't eat any wheat. And when my mom realized that, she just started figuring out how to make non-wheat inclusive food that still tastes good. And I'm just like, I don't know how you do it, but you did a really good job at this. And there's no wheat or glucose in it. And I'm just like, I think it's glucose, right? And it's like, oh my gosh, like that's crazy. I don't know how my mom does it. She's damn impressive with it. Genuinely, or gluten, not glucose. You're right. Gluten. Yeah, gluten. Glucose is sugar. Yeah, I should know that. That's probably why I thought of it, actually. Oh, I gotta stretch out for a second. Oh. Well, gluten tag, yeah. My mom figured out how to do it all. My mom's a really good baker. Like, I'm genuinely impressed with her ability to bake. Less impressed with her ability to cook. I think the reason I hated vegetables growing up is my mom didn't know how to cook vegetables. I have discovered I like a lot of vegetables. I like peppers. In fact, it's really funny because my ex-wife, because I was married for a brief period of time, like 8 years. Anyway, with her, she was she tried to follow a cookbook for a stir fry recipe with peppers in it, and it tasted exactly how my mom did when she made hers, and it was disgusting. And I just literally think that these old cookbooks have some of the worst recipes. And yeah, short period, just a real short one. Of course you like Dr. Pepper. Yeah, because it's the only thing that keeps the doctor away. A Dr. Pepper a day keeps the doctor away. Hold on. Chat, there's a doctor in the chat. Watch what happens when I open a Diet Dr. Pepper. They're gonna run. Ready? See, I told you. Look, they screamed. They screamed. Hi, Kuro. How are you doing today? Goodness. So silly. Anyway, thanks for playing along, Ingers. So scary. Anyway, Angry, also, if you want a Dr. Pepper, I have a few down here. I bought a case a couple days ago. I just never brought it upstairs. I guess it was more than a couple days ago. It was like 3 or 4 days ago. I've been hoarding them. Yeah, I was gonna buy 2 and I forgot because I was gonna replenish the one upstairs, and then I just didn't. I just forgot about it, and I was like in the checkout. I was like, "Oh, I was supposed to buy 2 of these." Well, I'm too lazy to go back through all this mess, and I'm just hoarding them down here. I'm just trying to encourage you to go buy more at Costco. Funny thing is, I can't talk. Funny thing is, taste buds change, so maybe that's why we like things before we didn't. This is true. They can change. We've also like engineered fruits and vegetables to taste better. We've just gotten better at that. Like there's I think it's Hank Green who has a really interesting video about that, and he's talking about Brussels sprouts just like literally taste better than they used to because they've been made to. Yeah, it's kind of silly. Your European mind can't comprehend Costco? Well, let me tell you, Costco, it's this giant nightmare of a store. It's just massive, and it is the most, like, if people used to think malls were the epitome of, like, American, like, worldview or capitalism or whatever you want to call it, Costco is 100% the epitome of that. Like, it's so big. It's like, okay, IKEAs are huge. Yes, some of these are bigger than IKEAs. And there's so much stuff in them, and you just, like, they're endless. Like, there's music videos that make fun of this. There's shows that make fun of this because they're just so big and ridiculous, you know? I can't remember the cartoon that does it, but they're like, I need a 6-pack of coffins or something. I feel like this Family Guy bit or something like that. They have Tesco's, but yeah, Tesco's sounds small by comparison, you know? The Polish had one before they closed. Like, they had a Costco. Gosh, damn. I've been going to big box discount stores or membership-based stores called Sam's Club when I was in Minnesota since I was like a kid, you know? Oh, Tesco had one before they closed. I see. We got Aldi and Lidl. Aldi and Little, I think. Close enough. Which are the size of a baseball field. Yeah, major large grocery stores, that makes sense. German had Walmart before, but it failed. I mean, consider that a blessing. I hate Walmart in America. Walmart anywhere is just going to be bad because it's just made on like profiteering off employees kind of vibe. Unfortunately, I don't think it's a good system. Let's see. And now look, Aldi is both successful in the USA and in China. That's insane. They're working with China. They're affecting the elections. But yeah, sorry, America's a mess, and I love to just kind of poke fun at it because I can. So always be prepared for that in my streams. Maybe I should just move to Europe. Anyone want to adopt me? You have to adopt Angrius and all of our roommates with us. And the 10 dogs we have. No, wait. The 3 dogs and the 25 cats. There's so many cats. I think there's at least 25 in the house right now. Red hats are made in China because China likes red. How good is my German? I don't know if I know any German words at all, actually. Besides one that I don't want to say. Sweats nervously. I know the word, God, I'm trying to think of, like, the word for grenade. The only thing that comes to the head is granada, and I don't think that's right. I know a few. Do I? I probably do, since somebody in the house also knows some German. But when I'm put on the spot, I don't remember anything. Where am I? Who am I? What's going on? You only need hello, mein guten Herr. Digga and I don't even know how to say that. Arschlock? Arschlock? Fucking nailed it. It's granite. What? Huh? Man, bring me back to Japanese with the Ohio gozaimasu. Nach da. I'd pass as a German just fine. It's gonna be great. Native speaker. All right. Well, I wanted to watch this video. I don't know how many of you have ever seen regular car reviews. Regular car reviews, kind of a monotone, chill speaker who talks often about kind of, I think, really honest reviews of cars. But every once in a while, they dive into a side topic, and I saw this one, and since it is very pertinent to some of my past interests, such as street racing, which is illegal, and I do not recommend doing it, this conversation is going to talk about these things, and we will dive into that. I guess I don't know. Gen Alpha, mine can't handle this pace. I'm so sorry. Maybe you should get with it with us Gen Zers. No wait, I'm a millennial. What? Anyway, we gotta mix it. I gotta get on to the next one. All right, so we're gonna watch this video. You're Gen Z. God damn it.
A reckoning is coming for people who drive like maniacs in the name of attention, clout, rebellion, or even just simple thrills. And I could stomach it if the reckoning was limited to the driver. You know, fines, taking away the license, restitution if property is destroyed, or even jail time if people got hurt. But the consequences are now being extended to the cars themselves. And I don't like that. I don't like it at all. You see, barely a week ago from the time of this video's release, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department demolished a 2009 Infiniti G37S and a 2007 Nissan 350Z.
Okay, so I remember like they used to do this back in California was like one of the first states to do this, and it was nothing. It felt like it never caught on because it didn't really stop the problem. And but California was doing this to stop street racing for a little bit, and I don't know that it stopped street racing. I don't think that it did. I think personally fines kind of do really well. But obviously they don't like the idea, it sounds like, any more than I do, that the cars are getting crushed because, like, there's a lot of good parts on those cars. I'm sorry. Like, looks like some good rims, you know, probably a hood. I mean, it looks like the bumper's banged up, probably because the cops pit maneuvered it or something like that, you know?
That
why don't they auction? That's a great
as
question.
Part of their arrests for illegal street racing. And what's wild to me is that it was all a clear, unambiguous slice of administrative theater, because they didn't just do this behind the closed gates of the nearest junkyard. No, they called a press conference to let everybody...
Yeah, so they calling a whole press conference, it's kind of wild. But that, I mean, it's just, it is just their way of, like, trying to, like, scare people away from it, right? The question is, because I think that's what California crushed, like, I think 20 cars once, made a big press conference about it, and then we never heard about it again. So I don't even know if they keep... I have no idea if California crushes cars still.
Know that they
should look into it after
these
this.
vehicles so little that they're not even interested in recouping some revenue for the force by selling them at auction. And yet, for as grotesque as this display is, once you hear the rationale behind destroying these cars and the new law that supports them doing this, it sort of becomes clear that it's time for certain parts of the automotive enthusiast community to grow up.
That's right, chat. Grow up.
If we want to, we can send our best regards, because your friends don't rant, and if they don't rant, then they're not into cars.
All right, so on June 17th, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Sheriff Kevin McMahill and Clark County Commissioner Marilyn Kirkpatrick held a press conference at a recycling center in order to make a spectacle out of crushing a 2009 Infiniti G37S and a 2007 Nissan 350Z that, once again, were confiscated as a result of illegal activities. In the case of the Infiniti, the driver was part of an active street takeover where he was caught drifting harder than Takumi Fujiwara, nearly taking out spectators and other cars alike.
So bad.
Which, on the scale of automotive-related offenses, ranks above content creators who destroy cars for views like they're in a Street Fighter bonus level, but ranks below content creators who introduce themselves as ya boy. The Nissan, meanwhile, was doing...
Okay. I mean, I feel like this is going to be talking a lot about content creators, because I think that's what fuels a lot of this, right? I think this is why people are doing more, and it's like dangerous and sketchier things, is genuinely because like content creation. And I guess, you know, tell me if you think this isn't the case, but I feel like that is a problem with how these platforms like operate. they allow people to get tons of attention for doing dangerous things because they want the profits from that at the expense of it probably encouraging other people to do these reckless decisions and people getting hurt or dying from it. You know what I mean? But yeah. Fucking fit in their complex to take apart dashboards. I guess I don't know about that. Yeah, takeovers are really stupid and often really dangerous. As someone who used to be a part of the street racing community, you know, takeovers weren't a thing. We would find a back road, we would race it, we'd try to be respectful to any cars that were in the area, and we'd be out of the way, and we'd be there for a little bit, and then we'd move on. We'd always be very careful about pedestrians, but it is still a huge risk, not only for the other drivers that are there, but also for the drivers who aren't there for this event that is spontaneously happening. It's always a risk. And that's why it is dangerous. When I used to do street racing back, this is like 20 years ago, kind of in the heyday of it, you know, right after on the heels of, you know, Fast and the Furious, all the hype was there for it. You know, everyone was kind of doing it back then, you know, and it was a different vibe than it is today. But I'm not really involved with the community as much anymore. I just know people who are, and they tell me the stories of what's going on. It's more like freeway pulls is like way more popular and common these days until street takeovers started coming up on the scene. And I think street takeovers are just like the more dangerous version of this, right? Because everyone's trying to get that viral click video. They want to get in close and be the camera person and take the film, do the footage and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So I'm very mindful, as your lawyer, I advise you to be mindful of spyware and our neural links. Beware of what you confess. I mean, that's fair. I mean, here's the thing. Everything I've done is well beyond the statute's limitations. Yeah, 20 years ago, yeah, when I was 10, I was racing. Kuro, don't worry. I might be a few years older than 30.
Nissan-related foolishness like fleeing from law enforcement after getting caught engaging in trick driving exhibitions. Hilariously enough, the Nissan driver reportedly tried to change the car's appearance to escape the law, but it obviously didn't take. And it just has me imagining them going to a pay and spray at a 5-star wanted level while the cop is staring right at them. Of course, if the perpetrators are already in custody, why are we destroying these cars?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering.
As it turns out, this little stunt was intended to bring public awareness to a new law that would not only make this type of destruction mandatory in Las Vegas, but also kind of inevitable.
I don't like that.
According to Fox 5 Vegas, a piece of legislation sponsored by Assemblywoman Linda Hunt, not that Linda Hunt, would allow police to, quote, confiscate vehicles used in street racing and destroy them if they cannot pass a safety inspection. End quote. Now, anyone familiar with street racing knows that those
I assume he's about to go into it, but like that's super vague. That's like concerningly vague.
Those cars are going to be modded so extensively that the likelihood of their passing inspection is on the same level of possibility as a toddler passing a law school entrance exam. But what gets me is that the law is expansive enough to include cars used in other felony acts, so that presumably, even if they do pass inspection, they would still be destroyed, which really just feels like throwing the baby out with the AmSoil-infused bathwater.
Yeah, it's kind of that is a weird decision. Like, why make it so expansive other than just like, I mean, are you just trying to flex that we have so many resources and we can just crush cars like crazy? This really gives me vibes of like the problems we had after doing the Cash for Clunkers program. If you don't know what the Cash for Clunkers program is, that was a program released by the U.S. government that was like, hey, bring in your old cars. We'll give you extra money for your trade-in value of your car to go towards the next car. The caveat is we take that car and we destroy that car. They actually ran a chemical that would basically melt the engine together into the car until it basically broke apart, and then the car had to be crushed, which absolutely destroyed the aftermarket, the used car parts market. And I think that was devastating for like junkyards and other things that just, rely on these old cars coming through, and also made a ton of like rare cars just even more impossible to find parts for. There was like one of them was a oh god, what is it? The S10 Lightning SUV. Like there's one of those. There's a ton of like really rare cars. There's some really good videos on it out there. But it was just it was an interesting program that failed horribly. Honestly, it just didn't do what it needed to do for the economy in the way that it was trying to do it, and which is very common. Politics kind of suck at doing these things sometimes. Sometimes they're not, and the times that they're not, we never complain about, which is, I think, kind of funny. But it makes sense, right? If you, hey, it worked out, everything's fine, we're not going to complain about it, but we're always going to complain. We always pay attention to the times they fuck it up, which sometimes does feel like more often than not. But yes, I do think it's very... It's weird. Like, I feel like this is going to have like bigger repercussions for, people, because like it sounds like it's open enough, and I guess I haven't read the law on it, and we may well take a look at that. But it's open enough that it seems, from what we're hearing here, is that they can just kind of you do something wrong, and it's even if your car passes safety inspection, we're just going to crush your car anyway. That's crazy. And as often as I know cops don't really tell the truth, I wouldn't be surprised if cops just say you were street racing and crush your car anyway because they don't like you.
The things they could do with these cars rather than simply destroying them. They could have been used in training exercises for first responders to test out rescue equipment. I suppose in their destroyed state they still could be, since it's not like you would test out the jaws of life on a car that doesn't look like a crushed can of LaCroix. But even if you don't give them to local emergency services, you could still easily have donated them to like a trade school or something.
Yeah,
I'm sure
that's
they
a
could
really
always
good point.
use donor cars for students to wrench on. Hell, even without donating, you could have reverted these to stock and auctioned them off to put money back into the community. Or maybe like...
Okay, but that would be doing something good for the community, and let's be honest, when do the cops want to do that?
Use them as part of a charity auction for victims of reckless driving. Something like that. And really, the only downside I can think of here is the off chance that members of the street racing community might try and buy back their buddies' confiscated cars at auction. Which would keep this Ouroboros of irresponsibility well fed, which, to be fair, is a pretty big downside and actually plausible, I would think.
I mean, how plausible is it? For one, I doubt that. I mean, yes, okay, maybe that would happen, or like more likely someone else is going to buy it and want a street race too. But like, you could say that about every car. You can't just like, okay, oh, my friend's buddy's going to go spend $2,000 buying my car back from an auction. Like, no, they're fucking not. Like, this kid who's probably modified their car, unless they're fucking rich, is going, God, I just got a $500 ticket, jail time and everything else. They can't even unimpound their car half the time, Like, this is just a go fuck car communities, go fuck, the environment kind of attitude. It really is. Like, I think this is like a really shitty policy. It's unfortunate. I'm going to let it continue on here.
Taking that into consideration, I can kind of see why law enforcement would see this as the move, that destroying the cars is better than repurposing them in some way.
I disagree.
The people engaging in these sorts of activities aren't going to learn any other way. If these irresponsible, misbehaving drivers aren't going to grow up, then you need to start treating them like toddlers. But even in the case of toddlers, you tend to take away
I do not agree with this.
Or give away their toys, not destroy their toys altogether. Yet the punitive, almost retributive nature of this action against the offenders seems to be the point, as implied by Commissioner Kirkpatrick, who told the press, quote, "We can remind them that your prized possession can go away at a moment's notice if you put other people in harm's way."
Yeah, so it definitely sounds like this is more of like a we're the ones in control kind of thing. This is like what do you want to call it? Like a power move, right? They're trying to show that we control everything that's going on. And it's you know, I don't think that's good. I think that's bad. I think that's bad for everyone involved. Like very clearly, I think he had some good points about, you know, this could be should people be doing street takeovers? No, of course not. But there, how do I want to say it? People shouldn't be doing street takeovers, but also we shouldn't, you know, let them get away scot-free. I get that. I think when you're putting people's lives in danger, but like destroying the cars just feels weird. It feels uncomfortable. This is the spot for Need for Speed Heat. I think you're right. Yeah. Because it wasn't Need for Speed Heat inspired by what was going on in California originally, like back in the day. The thing is, here's the thing. I promise you right now, knowing the street racing community, knowing the tuning community, every single person I know there, right, will not stop modifying cars and street racing. They will not stop. They will just find ways to do it more sneakily. They will hide it away from the cops in more ways, right? This is why the cops want cameras in every corner. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. And they'll just find ways around it. They will. The street racers will always find a way around it. You won't be able to stop it. The best thing you can do is give them more options for like finding ways to go out and street race and do more street racing, or not street racing, but rather real, sanctioned racing in ways that are affordable, easy to do, and easy to handle. They could be donating these cars to a program where people can come and learn how to race track cars. You know, they could be doing good things with these cars to help people. They could do stuff besides saying like, no, you don't get this, and taking away all these toys or whatever. Like, sure, if you want to like take away the car and take away their license or whatever. And I don't think that's a great policy either. You're not reforming them. You're just yoinking away from them and telling them, fuck yourselves. And that's just going to make them more rebellious to us. It doesn't solve the problem.
It's much like any of us. We all have our hobbies.
Yeah, you're right, Andrew.
Our pet projects. But really, this is more hurtful to them if you take their vehicle and now you're going to crush it. End quote. Now, on the one hand, I get how this is a bad thing. Those are perfectly good cars, although extensively modified, possibly even to an unrecognizable state. At the very least, you're not passing emissions with all these supercharged, straight-piped, cat-deleted, cold air intake-equipped, canyon-carving clown shoes. But in the grand scheme of things, they're just items, as capable of alteration as they were when they were transformed into the monstrosities they became, and as worthy of preservation as most other objects with even a modicum of potential use to the community at large. Yet, when you look at how frequent these acts of illegal driving have become and how frequent they've been over the decades, I kind of find myself wondering what choice these kinds of drivers have even given lawmakers. I mean, street racing isn't new, and neither is stunt driving, but I do feel like the rise of social media and the monetization thereof has created a clout culture that has elevated stunt driving to Darwinian levels. Seriously, just Google influencers arrested for stunt driving to see a collection of the absolute dumbest, clout-brained behavior you'll see.
Yeah. people doing like this kind of this being up on YouTube should just be banned. Like, period. I'm sorry, and like it's just like I don't think we should be encouraging people to do this for clout or for clicks or views or whatever, you know. Well, does it satisfy the residents moving next to the racetracks, tearing them down? Yeah. Well, I think there was a compromise that recently came from that actually too. Finally, where I think the people who were living next to the racetrack were told basically it is what it is. Wasn't NASCAR started as illegal racing? Yes, at one point, yes, it was. Jews? What? Don't be racist. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, they had a scam car trading program, cars for kids or something. Yeah, there was like a cash for clunkers or cars for kids kind of thing that was like a big scam at one point. I do remember hearing something about that way back in the day. Yeah, like there's a couple of like scummy organizations out there that exist for sure. But yeah, NASCAR was kind of inspired by like the moonshiner era and stuff like that. NASCAR was pretty interesting from its origins and stuff like that. But I mean, I think in a lot of ways, like all racing was just like people wanting to go faster on these roads, and like, you know, like, that's why motorcycles kind of existed too. People just wanted to go faster and faster, and it's like, yeah, people, you know, chase that adrenaline rush, you know, want that, you know, option. But here's the thing, it's like, you know, if you give people more options to go do this stuff, you know, safely and legally, more people will be interested in it, more people will do it, and especially if it's affordable. One of the problems is that this is one of the most expensive sports you could be in. You know, automotive sports are huge. So it's like a huge cost. You know, you gotta get a $500 helmet. You gotta go you gotta put a roll cage in your car. You gotta modify your car. You know, you're spending tens of thousands of dollars on this stuff sometimes. Especially for people who are doing more heavily modified things, and then all so you can break it and have to do it again. It's super expensive. So it's not exactly a cheap and easy hobby. And I think because the street racing community exists because people can't afford to go to a track, can't afford to bring their car to the level of which a track is going to be okay with. And that's, you know, you got insurance costs and everything else. So I think if there were more state-run programs like that to like help out, you know, encourage people, you know, you want to learn about automotive sports, become a better driver. I think there were programs that were teaching people to become better drivers. I think we'd have less street racing, genuinely. Signing an NDA, if you die, you die. There's still going to be insurance costs. Because, like, there's going to be you need insurance for your workers, you need insurance for the structures. You know, even if you sign an NDA and you're not liable for somebody's injuries, you can still be found, you know, you can still be taken to court. You can still be found liable, even with a contract. If the contract's considered, you know, too broad, or if there was safety things that you didn't follow. So, you know. Defensive driving is the most useful skill. I agree. I think doing some sort of defensive driving class and like learning how to race and learning how to be a good driver will make everyone a better driver and keep less people doing street racing. Especially get that a place to go have fun, you know, like, okay, let's go do burnouts, you know. But the only place I had to go to Brainerd International Raceway. That's a 2.5 hour boring ass drive north into a hick nothing town that only has a racetrack on it and a bunch of rednecks. You know? It's like, I kind of hated it. But and I could do that twice a year. It cost me $130 to get in. And then I could go do some legal drifting. What? Like, yeah. And then I had to have a specific helmet. So I had to have a newer helmet, which that was like a $200 price tag at a minimum for me. Fuck. That got expensive really, really fast. And then I broke my car. You know, it's like, oh, fuck. That's just kind of what happens. I don't know. I think it would be better to use it in that way, but we're not even halfway through the video, so.
This side of a high school cafeteria. People weaving in and out of traffic at ludicrous speeds. Drivers destroying expensive cars doing jumps on residential streets.
remember when a
Burnouts
YouTuber
and
did that.
donuts in crowded streets.
Was a Tesla.
Ghost riding the whip, standing on the hood at speed. What kind of moron convinced you that premature death maxing is something to do?
That's
a
little too reckless.
If this were
Yeah,
limited entirely to Las Vegas. Because this type of
kinda wild.
activity is about as common there as overstimulated sports fans and under-maintained roads are here in the Keystone State. But as it turns out, Las Vegas police aren't the only ones straight up destroying cars as part of a message to street racers. They're just among the few to actually make national news for it. Literally, just last August 2025, San Diego police destroyed a Toyota Chaser and a Yamaha R1 motorcycle as part of an initiative to curb street takeovers in the area. A month later, police in Louisville, Kentucky destroyed a 2021 Dodge Durango Hellcat that they confiscated from the 2024 Street Rod Nationals. And to that I just gotta kind of wonder, oh no, what's a fork doing in my kitchen? But much like in San Diego, the decision by Louisville officials to crush the car was intended to deter illegal street racing in the metro area. But, interestingly, in this case, people did complain, noting that this car could have been sold at auction rather than destroyed, right? Yeah, see, I'm not the only one thinking this.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. That's weird.
No, it couldn't be sold at auction because it was equipped with more stolen parts than a plagiarist's autobiography, up to and including the engine, which I take to mean that it was basically a ship of Theseus that no longer mechanically resembled its factory counterpart.
Okay, so I don't think that's real. Here's the thing. So back in the day, there was a really big bust in Minnesota for street racing. This is when I was actually on the roads, and it's one of those things where, for me at least, they sell it to Dodge. They know what to do. So they're claiming it's stolen parts. So they're like, we can't return these parts to their original owners. We can't return these or send these parts back. But here's the thing: back when there was a big street racing bust in Minnesota back in the day, and they claimed that all these street racers are into stealing car parts. So we're going to check all the VIN numbers. We're going to check all the cars and compare everything. They checked, I think it was 30 or 40 cars that night, and not a single one had a stolen car part out of them that they could verify. And that's the reality, is that most of the time they're saying there's crime and there's not. And I know people in that community. I knew some of these people that were on the news personally. I know they would not have stolen these stolen car parts. They worked hard for these things. The cops were just saying that as an excuse to justify the aggressive actions that they were taking. I don't believe the police's statement here. Maybe it's true, but I have very good evidence to doubt here, and I think you should. Let's see. I mean, Africans are master. What does that mean? Okay, seriously, why don't they sell the Dodge? They know what to do. Dodge might know what to do. Most wanted with a mod that you can get caught, the police will crush your car. Yeah, just add that, into the thing. Police would never lie over Legos. I mean, it's another great example, right? It's like the cops are showing how egregious they are in that scenario too. They just believe this one person, don't pay any attention to the other person, no investigation. Just, oh yeah, this person's a trusted member of the community.
And so returning it to stock and auctioning it off would have cost more money for the county than it would have brought in. But then that's just an assumption on my part. If nothing else, legislation does seem to be picking up across North America. And while I believe the Las Vegas law is the first that officially, legally mandates the destruction of these cars, our neighbors up north appear to have been the first to properly codify stunt driving legislation into law. As noted in a study by Canada's University of Western Ontario, a bill introduced in the province of Ontario made the definition fairly clear. Quote, stunt driving included the following activities: causing some or all tires to lose traction with the surface of the highway while turning, spinning tires or causing a vehicle to circle, lifting some or all tires from the surface of the highway, driving while the driver is not sitting in the driver's seat, preventing another vehicle from passing.
Seems a little vague in a few areas, but I guess, yeah.
More motor vehicles side by side where one of the motor vehicles occupies a lane for
clear.
oncoming traffic. Driving as close as possible to another vehicle, a pedestrian, or object without a reason. Driving a motor vehicle on a highway with a connected nitrous oxide system, and driving 50 kilometers per hour over the speed limit. End quote.
Yeah?
For what it's worth, I couldn't find any evidence that the penalties for breaking this law resulted in getting your car destroyed. But the other penalties should be pretty powerful deterrents, I would think, with fines of up to $10,000, 6 months in prison, a license suspension of up to 2 years, and a suspension of up to 10 years on the second conviction. But then people tend to ignore license suspensions anyway, so meh. And if they have the money to modify their cars to this extent, they can probably afford $10,000. Yet this study of Ontario street racing and stunt driving laws is still relevant to the decision some jurisdictions in the United States have made to crush these cars altogether. Because
I think it's
while
stupid to crush 'em.
discussing high school targeted education campaigns related to the legal risks and physical dangers of street racing and stunt driving, the authors of the study make the point that, quote, deterrence theory would also suggest that in order for the law to be effective in deterring the offenders, it has to be publicized and well enforced. End quote. And there you have it.
Yeah, it's like that explains why they did such a public event. But I think even still, like, I think if the threat of you losing the car, even if it goes to auction or even gets parted out, right? That was the thing, is like, let it get parted out. Let it go back into the system so that, you know, people who have these Infinities, and some of these cars are getting kind of rare. Like, it's hard to find these, you know, G37s and whatnot out there. Especially if you need spare parts for it and you're on a budget. Like, yeah, you're going to go to the junkyard. Well, now, instead of it going to the junkyard, it's just going to get shred up. I think this is a bad choice. And I get that they're trying to do a big publicity stunt for it. And maybe this is the only tool they'll ever kind of crushing. But they said it was mandatory. Making it mandatory to crush, I think is kind of gnarly. That's wild. And like, how is it better that, okay, it has stolen parts, so the car must be crushed? Makes no sense to me. Because destroying the parts, you know, versus like, I don't know, figuring out a way to like allow them to be resold so that the police can recuperate some funds, blah, blah, blah. It just kind of makes me feel like the cops don't care. They don't. I mean, that's, you know, they don't care. It's more all about control and stuff like that. Nitro's outdated by turbos, absolutely. Nothing really makes sense in Canada. I think that law was fairly clear. I think a little vague at first, but I suppose if it's understood with the intention of doing these things intentionally, because I was like, I mean, losing four-wheel traction in the snow is pretty fucking common, you know? Like, you know, am I doing it intentionally or not? How do you know? I've had a friend who was harassed by cops and got his entire ticket thrown out because the cops were basically saying like, oh, your tires skid on the ground when you accelerated, therefore you were doing a burnout. And it was like, well, there's gravel all over the road, and so the traction system is kicking in and you know, applying more power to certain tires. And yeah, he was probably a little heavy on throttle, but not enough to like do a burnout. It's an all-wheel drive car. He can't do a burnout. You know, it just doesn't. It's like, what? And so they gave him a ticket, and then he went to leave again, and one of his tires chirped a little bit as he was leaving, and they pulled him over again. And he's like, okay. And so he went and he explained that to the judge, and the judge threw the whole case out. And it's like, yeah, cops will, try to harass you for anything. If a cop is mad, they're in power and they're going to show it to you. And that's one of the things that has always been scary about dealing with the police is that, if you send them on a power trip, man, they don't know how to stop. They really don't. Yeah. Imagine the police make a detain and sell. It's a store near the police station that sells parts from confiscated cars for a better community. I mean, they don't even have to do it themselves. Just give it. There's already junkyards willing to take these cars, or like vocational schools that are willing to take donated cars all the time. Like, are you kidding me? Every school I ever know is desperate for, all the trade schools at least are desperate for getting cars in so they can work on them on a regular basis. And they're always asking people and always asking, hey, if you know anyone who's got a junk car, bring it in. We only got 5 cars for the next, class or something. Like, I've always known every class or every one of those teachers always asking for more cars, even in the city areas. So it's like, there's tons of need for like junk cars to be worked on, in these places. So it just seems like such a waste. What an absolute bummer, Cops always have small PP energy. So true. So true.
I mean, is that not what car crushing accomplishes, at least in theory? Deterrence theory? It publicizes the law as a method of enforcement, since knowledge of the consequences might preclude the need to enforce the law as strictly. And it kind of makes sense because right now, Las Vegas task forces dedicated to busting up these street racing rings have led to literally dozens of arrests and the likely destruction of more cars than you could realistically call a press conference to crush. And while I think it's too soon to tell just what effect this deterrent might have on these rings, the premise behind doing this is sound, if for no other reason than that you're hitting these drivers in the wallet, right? Because maybe they do have $10,000 to pay the fines for breaking these laws, at least up in Ontario. But if you destroy the car, that's tens of thousands of dollars in expensive modifications on top of the base cost of the car and its upkeep, all down the drain. And people perk up enough when consequences threaten their freedom. But when you're threatening their pocketbook in this economy, yeah, I get why they're doing this.
Yeah, okay.
But even...
I'm sorry, even like a $10,000... Okay, no, I don't know anyone in Toronto could afford a $10,000 ticket for one. I think that's a big enough deterrent as it is. So, like, I don't know. Like, I think that's insane, like, honestly. But on top of that, we need to crush the car. It's like, is it really solving the problem? I don't think it does. I don't think it does. And I genuinely do think that these kids will come back out and they'll do it again.
With the methods, I don't know that I can disagree with the notion that it's necessary. I'm sure there's a non-trivial chance you might have clicked on this video with the expectation that I would rail against police overreach or government overreach or whatever you'd call it when the man decides to impound your cube and then give you 30 minutes to move it. And considering all the hand-wringing I did about cash for clunkers way back when, you'd think I would hate this on principle.
Yeah, I think you would.
That 2 enthusiast cars were mangled beyond recognition just to serve as the automotive equivalent of heads on the pikes outside the Red Keep. But I do wonder how many chances these drivers, or at the very least drivers like them, were given. How many got off with fines, with temporary license suspensions, with the expensive, though temporary, impounding of their cars? How many were given lax prison sentences that saw them free within whichever season they went in? Obviously, people drive on suspended licenses every single day.
Yep.
People pay to get their cars out of the impound lot every single day. People commit crimes, they go to prison, and they reoffend all the time. And that's true, but while I'm sure you can make the case that people who have their cars crushed will simply go buy another car and start the process all over again, I've got to believe that the financial toll will eventually make it so that monetary necessity overrides whatever desire they might have to act like a moron on public roads.
I don't think it will. I genuinely don't think it will. There's kids out there. I say kids, but they're probably in their 20s, like I was. And that were doing street racing and were just taking their stock cars and street racing because they want to be a part of it. You don't have to have a fast car. You just have to have a car. And as so long as people have access to cars, this is probably going to continue to be a thing. And I don't think that this is, something that was going to change in the nearest future. I do think the punishments are not rehabilitating anybody. Hit someone with jail time even. It's well, who is rehabilitated coming out of prison? Nobody. Not in America. Our prison system is terrible for that. So I don't think that's going to be a good solution in any capacity, right? It's not really solving the issue. And they need to, if they want to solve the issue, they need to start reforming prisons at that point, right? And I don't think cops want to do that. The prison system definitely doesn't want to happen because it's a for-profit prison. It's a for-profit prison system in America. So I genuinely, this isn't solving, crushing the cars is not going to solve the problem. It's not going to stop anybody, and it's ultimately compounding the issue in a lot of ways, right? So I think there's real ways to rehabilitate people and bring them back, and I think we've seen that work in other countries and quite well. And yet we don't consider applying that, here in the U.S. in any capacity. So morons don't think, they just act. I don't think it's this that they're morons. I think that it's more so that they are just trying to chase clout. They're excited because they know they're going to get attention from this, and attention fuels adrenaline, endorphins. It fuels a lot of our exciting brain chemicals. When I went 150 or 130 on a motorcycle, was I going that I wanted to stunt drive or wanted to show off or anything else? No, it's just because it was exciting in the moment, and that's, I think, easy to get wrapped up into. And people want to be the center of attention. Reward everyone for being a center of attention in our economy of everyone's attention needs attention these days, right? So I think that's not solving the problem personally. Let's see what the rest of them say.
At the risk of sounding like the most boring square on car tube, I feel like these types of drivers are ruining car culture. That this clout-brained attitude where we load up a car with as many disruptive modifications as possible in the name of drawing attention to ourselves at the expense of others' peace and safety is legitimately embarrassing. You can appreciate an incredible build with all the modifications and tunes for horsepower, torque, handling, ride quality, appearance, whatever. They can be as loud and outlandish as you want. You can take them to car shows. You can peacock within the bounds of the car shows you take them to, provided you aren't being a complete menace. But if you're going to drive like a maniac, go do it on a track. Go do it on a closed course or on a private road. Don't do it on public roads in the middle of traffic. Don't shut down streets and block traffic. You're putting people in danger, and
it's hard
you're
for them to do that.
Other people
it's hard for them to find places to do that stuff
with the same wide brush. And for what? The smallest huff of acceptance from strangers? For pats on the backs from friends? Look, I'm not saying life is easy or even that it's fair, and I'm definitely not saying you can't enjoy yourself or the things you worked hard to earn. But seriously, there has to be some sense of personal responsibility in how we operate our cars. Doesn't there?
That I agree with,
people will
yeah.
legitimately act as though because they aren't under the influence when they do it, that they aren't doing anything wrong. And while people who aren't actively engaging in this sort of behavior aren't likely to be affected by any of this unless you're one of the unfortunate few to run afoul of a street takeover. All of it still speaks to how automotive enthusiasts are viewed by communities and their law enforcement.
Yeah.
How people twist their
Certainly doesn't
underwear
help.
over car shows and meets in their town. How police are out in force to meet these types of events. How much insurance organizers have to take out in the first place as a bulwark against the stupidity of people who act like every Lowe's parking lot is a stage in burnout paradise. It is tough all over. And you know, hang on, I'm gonna be an old man for a minute. I remember a time, okay, when car enthusiasts kind of had the benefit of the doubt. The presumption that there were more good apples among us than bad. And it was expected that bad apples could be reformed through impounding, fines, or license suspensions in extreme cases, or prison in the most unthinkable extremes. I just feel like there was this assumption that you would learn your lesson if the punishment was fair, that you were capable of learning while still keeping access to the vehicles you used to break the law. Or maybe I'm just naive and I haven't read enough news stories of all the times this has happened over the course of my waking life.
I don't know.
Maybe enthusiasts never had the benefit of the doubt. Maybe
see, in my opinion, again, it comes back to like, I really feel like if you want people to have meaningful change, you need to, like, you know, sometimes for some people, they will learn. You hand someone a $500 ticket. The first time I got a $100 ticket, I nearly shit my pants because I don't know how I'm going to pay for this. I had no idea, you know, and it kind of made me slow down a little bit for a little while. But then, you know, I was still excited. I wanted to drive fast and I still drove fast. And, you know, the next time I had a ticket, yep, I nearly shit my pants again, you know, and the third time I got a ticket and the fourth time I got a ticket and the fifth, I've gotten a number of tickets over the years, you know. It is what it is. You know, I kind of set myself up for failure in a lot of those. And sure, maybe it kept me from getting a new modified exhaust on my car or whatever the next project thing I wanted to do with it was. But, you know, it didn't stop me from doing it, you know, but it slowed me down. It slowed me down from doing it. And I think, you know, just reflecting my own personal case for it, you know, I don't do street racing anymore. Because I do find it to be dangerous because I actually, you know, I do value human life. I think a lot of people do. I think even these kids do. I think they just need the awareness of the risk they're taking and like actually like something that actually helps educate them in a way and show them what other opportunities they have. And there needs to be opportunities for them, right? Like that's the big thing. I think a lot of them don't have the opportunities they need, you know?
enthusiasts have always been subjected to suspicious eyes. But I will say that it definitely feels like there are a lot more police checkpoints now. We see police more active in places they weren't before. And maybe that's a bigger conversation, but I do think that at a certain point, law enforcement and legislators realized that fines weren't going to cut it anymore, and neither would an impound lot. Thrill seekers and clout chasers were more than symptoms of a disease. If you want to look at it in medicine terms, they were kind of more of the metastasis of a far worse social condition. And it's this, that at any given time, we are the main character of our world. And that means the things we want to do come before the peace or safety of anybody else who isn't us or the people we're trying to impress. And I'm sorry, but if that's how you feel, how you think, then maybe try growing up. But what do you think? Is destroying cars a justifiable consequence for criminals who don't appear to learn anything from all the other times that they...
I think it's just equivalent to another fine. I think people have some personal affection towards their car. If you want to watch the whole video, there it is. You can watch it yourself as well. Make sure to check out regular car reviews. I think they're a very good channel. A little dull at times, but I think they do some really solid reviews on some things and actually have a dry but funny sense of humor. but I do not think it's the solution. I think it just equates to just being another fine. These kids are gonna go out there and do it again. Like, you gotta like find a way to, like, I don't have the answer for everything, but I think reform and working, with these kids to help them understand that this is not a healthy way to move forward. This is a temporary clout gain. It's not going to actually make their lives better in any sort of capacity. And help them understand that at an earlier age would be better. But, a lot of these kids don't feel like their lives are going to get any better. And, like, I think that's fair. I think that's a sentiment that, a lot of people, even my age, have. And it's rough to be in that spot, right? It's a difficult spot. I think the world is in a rough location. But I think this is a stupid idea. I think making it mandatory to destroy cars in Nevada is, like, really dumb. I don't think it's like the choice to do. And in general terms speaking, I guess, like, I think, yeah, to me at least, the way forward is to actually, like, give more opportunities to do this legally. We've seen that work with graffiti too, like, how to cut down on graffiti in your area, give people a place to do graffiti. Boom, solves the problem. Like, it's not perfect every time, but yeah. Let's take a quick break. I got to use the bathroom. So we're going to take a real quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue on with yapping and whatever else we're going to end up doing today for whatever Wednesday. So we'll be right back. Hang tight. All right. Thanks for waiting around. Oops. Turn that down a little too fast. So I think the big thing...
In the bin.
In the bin. I think the big thing I want to take away from that video, or just kind of like my biggest gripe about it, I guess, is that all the solution of this is crushing the car. The reason it feels gross is because, okay, yeah, you're trying to punish this person, but you're punishing more than just that one community. You're punishing, people who are relying on used car sale, components. You're punishing people who are in the car enthusiast club as a whole. And that doesn't really solve the problem. And I actually looked through, so Andrew sent me a video from this guy named Bladed Angel. I don't really know him or his content yet. So I'm always very hesitant to show content that I don't know very well yet. But I skimmed through it real quick, and there was one thing that he brought up, and I think it is something I really want to rail against. He brings up the point of gatekeeping and keeping people out of the car community. I think that is the exact reason why part of this exists. Gatekeeping does not actually help. Bringing people into the community and explaining the social rules, the construct in which you don't do this kind of behavior, you don't do this kind of thing. Because otherwise they're like, why would I respect you or want you to respect me, and I don't care about you. I've already been ostracized by your community. I'm going to do what I want, do my own thing. And then they go out there and they do stupid shit. I think gatekeeping is more of the problem than the solution. And that's my honest opinion. I know it's a similar vibe video, but I just, like, when I was getting through to that point, I was just like, yeah, I really kind of have to say, I don't agree. But I do think street takeovers are a problem. I don't think they're good for the car community. They don't help the car community. They hurt us in a lot of different ways. But I think, reaching out to people like that and saying, hey, let's not do this behavior. But often I see too many people just ostracize these, groups entirely instead of being like, involving them in their own communities. I think that's how this stuff started, but that's my opinion, as well as like YouTube. YouTube drives this more than anything. I think there's a lot of people who aren't really car enthusiasts that are just like, I want to get attention enthusiasts. That's really, I think, the bigger difference in a lot of this. But, yeah, no, I wanted to watch that video today. I really appreciate you watching that with me. I think we're going to do more regular, like we'll watch videos content. So, feel free to send me videos and stuff like that. I'll check them out, see if I think they're worth making a video out of. But I feel like there was some good commentary on this one, or a good conversation to be had with it. Because there's a lot going on with with the car community as a whole. It's rough. It's rough being an enthusiast right now, It's even rougher being a motorcycle rider, in my opinion. It's a crazy time. It's a crazy world out there. America's in the worst state it's ever been in. It's wild. But, it is what it is. I will say this, though. If you are a person who indulges in street racing or whatever, do your due diligence. I can't stop you. If I tell you don't street race, you're going to do it anyway, right? What can I say? Do your due diligence. Be careful. Don't do these street takeovers. Do things that are more safe. Go to the back roads. Do things that are not going to interrupt and wreck people's lives, I think, in the regular car reviews, they were talking about like these cars that are showing off in the most ridiculous and, silly ways. I personally hate cars that are too loud. I even hate my own car when it's too loud, and like, I don't want to drive in a car that's too loud. But I at least try to keep it quiet in the neighborhood if I do have a car that's too loud. I've had a car with a broken exhaust muffler. And I told my neighbors, I'm like, really sorry, I can't afford to get it repaired right now. And they're like, hey, it's no problem. You drive out of here pretty quiet. It's not like you're ripping down the road, revving it every 10 seconds or whatever. It's like, yeah, if I'm in a residential area, I'm going to try to be quieter. I try to be respectful because I know how disruptive it is to hear a loud car when you're trying to sleep and you got to work at 5 in the morning. Like, that sucks. So it is what it is. Sometimes people can't afford to get their exhaust replaced. It is what it is. Life sucks sometimes. Someone who's been on the far end of poverty a few times, it's, it's rough. It's rough having to basically get a car for free and the exhaust falls off 6 months in. But hey, at least I could go to work. That was the important part. Eating peanut butter sandwiches every day because that's the only thing I can afford. That sucked. That was a rough time. Peanut butter sandwiches and ramen noodles every day for like a year and a half. That was a rough time. But hey, I didn't die, and we lived. That's the important part. And now I have unlimited Dr. Peppers. Not quite, but you know, we have a lot of them. I have a Dr. Dickens? No, Dr. Depression? No, Dr. Pepper disorder, drinking disorder. I think is that a thing? But yeah, if you want to send me videos, let's try to make this a regular part of our segment, and you can throw me some videos. You can DM to me, or we have a channel in the Discord. Where is it? I gotta find it. I can't even find it. Stream Media Dump. It's under the chat and share. Stream Media Dump section. Share videos in there you want me to take a look at. If you send us a bunch of short clips, I'm probably not going to look at them unless we're doing like a, I don't know, make me laugh challenge. But if you send me long format videos that are like actual video essays that are worth kind of diving into, or something, it doesn't have to be car culture either. I love, you know, it is, what was I saying? Sorry, I got distracted. But yeah, you can use that, and if it's something I feel that's worthwhile going into, we'll jump into it. We'll take a look at it and see how, you know, what we want to talk about. And then I like interesting stuff. You know, I watch Tom Scott. If you know who that is, he does really cool videos. He's super cool. And all of his videos start with I'm in a hallway. I'm in the sewers. I'm in London. Let me see here. I was debating what I wanted to do after we watched the video today, because I had plans for something else, but since I have kind of injured my elbow, I don't really want to. I was going to break out the steering wheel and do some steering wheel practice stuff, but I think we need to not do that today, because I don't want to injure myself any further. So there's a couple other options that we have. We could jump into Pal World for a little bit. We could also jump into Forza. We could go back to Densha Attack. I'm just not sure what's really the mood today. But, throw the music back on for right now. Bow, 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 bow. I'm inside of a fusion reactor, Tom Scott. Yes. I'm at the point, I think, where I need to unlock the big tree for Pal World, but I haven't gotten to that boss yet, and I'm not sure I'm ready to take that on. But we're getting there for sure. I wanted to set up another night for it, but I've been waiting for other players to get kind of caught up with the story and playing the game. Which means I might just do a double XP bonus time thing for players. I'm inside of a fusion reactor. But yeah, no, yeah, I love Tom Scott. I think right now the people, I mean, I know what I watch the most. It's Hasanabi every day, all day long. I fucking, oh God, watch it way too much. Anyone else hear Iron Mouse's new song? Meow. God, that's hilarious. That's such a funny fucking song. Treat me as good as you treat your cat. Spoilers, she turns into a cat at the end of the song. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Yeah. It's funny, so I used to, you know, I've worked for dealerships a number of times in my life. And, I know dealerships get a really bad rap. Like, people are like, oh, dealerships are always trying to scam you. And, I mean, sure, dealerships are always trying to get as much money as they can out of you. And I do think some dealerships, like, genuinely scam their users, or their buyers. I've seen it. I've seen it in cases, especially with smaller dealerships. I think bigger dealerships have more incentive to not do that, actually. One of the things I feel like specifically, it's God, what is it? I'm trying to think of what there was, like, it's like a Nissan dealership or something that, like, started, like, review bombing another businesses because they left a bad review on their site, which I thought was crazy. Like, can you imagine? But, like, for example, Subaru, you know, if you're getting bad reviews regularly and stuff like that, they actually do like an investigation on you and all this other stuff. And, like, you know, I think that's neato that they actually, like, you know, are kind of invested in their brand and whatnot. But it's always funny because I always think, like, the biggest things I see as scams, right, are the things that people don't usually think of as being scams. And I don't know why. They should. One of the things that is frequently sold at a lot of dealerships is, like, interior leather protection or interior cloth protection or exterior protection and stuff like that. And you have, like, often no way of knowing if that was done, right? Or in my opinion, one of the worst ones is the spray-on undercoating. Oh my God, I knew dealerships. So this is something that's really interesting about a lot of dealerships. They will do these things in advance to convince you that you need it, you have to get it, right? So I worked at a dealership that did this. They would do a spray-on undercoating. Every single car got that spray-on undercoating. It was not an option. It was guaranteed to be done. And then that was sold. It was sold at such a high price for the few that they didn't sell it with it. They literally would still be making money, right? That was how they did it. Eventually they canned that because people kind of just got wise to it, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's a scam. Like, that's legitimately a scam. For one, the spray-on undercoating is, like, not a good thing to put on your car. Because what it does is it cracks. And when it cracks, it holds moisture. And you know what happens when it cracks? It rusts. It's going to rust in that spot. It's always going to hold moisture there until it rusts. It actually will rust your car out faster. If you want your car not to rust, you got to keep it well greased, cleaned, and you know, maintained on a regular basis. Is this the part of Welcome to Five Guys where we can absolutely scam the shit out of you today? I mean, kind of, right? And I think, like, to me, I think a lot of those add-ons are a huge scam. Like, for example, there is this device that I see in a ton of cars, even to this day. It is a pulsing brake light. And there's some research out there that says, like, a pulsing brake light alerts people quicker and gets their attention better and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yes, there's some evidence there that's true, that they have it on, like, race cars, all this other stuff. You know, it's just... It does work, right? The thing is, we were charging $500 for something that literally costs $5 and 5 minutes to install. $5 and 5 minutes. $500. That is a scam of an item, right? And this is with new cars. This is why dealerships get, you know, seen as, like, being scummy and whatnot. The crazy thing is we installed it on every single car in our dealership and would have to uninstall it if the customer didn't want it, which was gnarly. And so as a mechanic who helped with some of that, some of them would just lay around the office and no one picked them up because no one cared about it enough until there was just like some just sitting around someplace. It's crazy because that circuit board, $5 worth of parts, genuinely. It's crazy how cheap that is. And how do you tap it in? You just take the cover off and you tap it into the wires and you hide it back in there so it doesn't rattle. And you put the covers back on. Sometimes that involved taking a wing off or something, like the little wings on the back of the wagons. And that was a little bit more involved, but still something that would only take about, maybe a half an hour at most. Generally speaking, this is not something that should cost $500. There should be a device that costs $50 installed, right? It's ridiculous. Huge profit margins on these things. The interior protections. Here's the thing. A lot of these interior protections can work really good. They actually do the job they say they're going to do. I've tested a few of them. They actually do work. Some of these chemical companies are making really solid products. Some of them, not so much. But most of the ones I've worked with have been pretty solid. However, half the problem is when the dealership says, hey, go install this on that car, and you're like, yes, sir, I sure will, yes, sir, that the employee doesn't do a good job. And in my opinion, this is a constant issue with how overworked the staff and employees are at these dealerships. As a detail person is working 2 different detail departments, I'm going to be honest with you, the way that we are supposed to apply the products is not the way we applied products. The exterior paint protection, we just sprayed it on when the car was wet and gave it a quick wipe down to dry it and it's called it good. That is not applying that's watering down that paint protection and is not applying to the car properly. That is not going to actually do anything to resist the dirt and stuff on the car. That's not how that works. You can't just magically wash the car with a slight chemical and make it perfect every time. That's not going to work. It just doesn't. You have to actually apply it, let it dry, then wipe it off, wet it down again to make sure everything's looking good. And then you're at a point where you're like, oh yeah, it's just like praying the ceramic coating will work if you spray it through the hose, with water. It's like, it doesn't work that way. But that's how you're trained to put it on there. In fact, 2 dealerships I've worked at have done basically the same thing, where they're just like, spray it on there and call it good and send it out the door. And it's like, if you're paying $1,000, because that's actually what some of these coatings are charging, $500 to $1,000 for these, you're going to go in there and you're going to say, oh, I really want, the paint protection for my new car. I really want to protect it, blah, 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 blah. Well, the chances of it actually being applied correctly are pretty, zilts and none. I'm going to be honest with you, I never knew anyone who actually did it right the entire time I was there, including myself, because even though I did it the first few times and I did it the right way, it took too much time, and I don't have that much time to work on that car. I'm only getting paid, when I was working the job where I was paid via shop hours, I'm only getting paid an hour for that, right? That's a 2-hour process. So, and I still have to clean the rest of the car. So I had to vacuum the inside, clean out there, any other debris, still apply the interior protection. That's supposed to take about an hour. You're supposed to wipe down every single surface, let it soak in, let it dry, all that stuff. You don't have time for any of that, You're just spraying it on a rag and wiping it sort of good on anything you can touch and calling it good enough, right? Because you don't have the time. You only get an hour for that car. That's crazy. It's really silly because the matchup of what they want and versus how it actually comes out does not connect. So if you get a dealership that is saying, hey, you really want this interior protection, you really want this, just don't do it. You're better off buying the chemicals yourself, buying a couple of rags, and doing it yourself at your house. You, as a car enthusiast, can figure it out and figure out how to do it better, honestly. Or finding a reputable, not a dealer, but a reputable detail shop that actually takes the time to do these tasks. They take time, they take energy, and that's why, they are expensive, especially, at a detail shop that actually knows what they're doing. But I have seen so many times where it's just half-ass applied product. The product doesn't do anything. The customer complains. But most of the time they won't complain because they won't know until it's like, oh, I guess this stain spilled on there. Good thing I got it. I know it's not perfect, but it sort of worked. And like, it probably didn't work at all. It's just, you just don't even have any, you have no, how do you know? It's really hard. Unless you're testing it side by side, you don't know. And that's what they rely on. They rely on the customers being kind of stupid. And they want you to be. They want you to be ignorant about the whole process. They don't want people like me telling you not to buy these things as someone who worked in the dealership. In fact, it's probably bad that I sit here and say these things. I think a lot of these chemicals, you know, and products that are advertised to do these things do actually do what they say on the box if they're applied correctly. But they're not going to be applied correctly. I promise you. I'm sure there's somebody at a dealership who knows some of the shortcuts that get taken on a regular basis at their job. I think that's why I enjoyed being a mechanic a lot better, is because like the mechanics, they actually try to give you at least a bit of time to actually get things done. It's a little tough when you're like just doing oil change slinging, right? You got to do that really fast. It's really quick turnaround times. You got to do those in like 15 minutes. But I still wouldn't skip on like my inspections. I would at least give it a thorough visual inspection, note down anything that I needed to note down, which may take me a little bit longer, but I was getting so quick with it at the time, it was pretty easy. And when I rolled into more regular mechanic stuff, it was just, you know, they give you, I felt at least, they give you plenty of time. There's a few cases where they don't, but, you know, at least I didn't have to change spark plugs. That's all I gotta say. The only part that's hard on a Subaru to really replace. It's one of the reasons I like Subarus. They're very easy to work on, very easy to replace all the parts and all the components. But yeah, no, I had a lot of fun watching that video, talking dealerships garbage. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it to go buy stuff from the dealership. Don't do it. Don't do it, chatters. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. The only thing I think is kind of worth, I like at least getting OEM equipment, but half the times you can order that online for cheaper than your local dealership. Always check online prices for that. I found some pretty killer deals when it came to getting oil stuff, you know? Back in the day. All right. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's jump into Forza for a little bit, since we're doing Forza tomorrow anyway. I'm kind of feeling like looking at a couple of the cars that we've been ignoring as far as tuning goes. I kind of want to take another look at the BRZ drift tunes. So I've kind of learned to tweak them a little bit better and do a little bit more with them. Oh, it's gonna play the music. Turn that down. New playlist tomorrow. I know. I'm very excited for it. I love it. I love it when it's new playlist day. New playlist day in Forza 5. Yeah, I think next week we'll break out the steering wheel. I think I'll be a little bit better shape, but I hurt my shoulder and my arm so much that I just don't really feel like fighting a steering wheel today, which I think it's, you know, makes sense. You know what's coming tomorrow is a Lancia, right? I'm excited. I'm excited for that. I think that's gonna be it's gonna be really fun. Let me see here. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna do something I meant to do a long time ago. Bam, 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 bam. I'm killing the music in the game. Guess what? I don't know. What? Yeah, I want to take another look at the, oh, my drift car. I got... Ugh. Chicken? At least I got chicken. Alright, custom upgrade. Not this car. Change car, actually. My cars. Let's go back to my Subaru list. I want to take another look at this specific car. I was having a lot of trouble tuning it, and we're just drive it real quick, just kind of familiarize ourselves with it a little bit. Again. I found it wanted to pull out. It's like a little snappy. And I think we can adjust that with some suspension work and some... I kind of learned how to manage the ARB stuff a little bit better. And I was able to actually get some pretty good results with the... with adjusting my spring rates on saying, oh, he turned out in front of me. Do you want me to buy a car of you for 6 million or something? I have like 8 million credits. I think I'm okay. I'm gonna really quickly change my category here. You have 31 million? Congratulations. They just nuked around 20 painters creator hub, primarily Itacha creators, on the pretext that they were sharing liveries against UGC. Yup. They wiped everything clean and permabans. Oof. Yeah, it's one of the risks of doing liveries. This happens every time Forza comes out with a new game. A bunch of creators get banned for their liveries. It sucks. I don't think it's necessarily the right way to go about it. But so, like, sometimes... So one of the things I think a lot of people don't understand is, like, anytime you make a livery of an existing anime or existing entity of any capacity, it also could be considered a copyright violation, right? You also have a lot of people still using the Japanese wartime flag, which has always been a violation in Forza. That has, like, been like that forever. At least since 3. So there's always going to be... I've been seeing a lot of liveries with that, again. Some Chinese players had impact on this. Did they? What is... I guess I don't know what you mean. What kind of impact did they have on this? Mass reporting? Or were they mass reporting? Could mass report anyone and get them banned? In theory, yes. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I guess I don't know. That seems like a really unsubstantial claim. You know, no offense, but like, you know, I'd probably want to see some hard evidence of that. You know. So I think I can keep the drift tires on this, but I think I need to, yeah, I think I need to take the toe out a little bit. Because I added quite a bit of toe. Yeah, I see I got 5 toe there. Let's just take it out of the back first. I should do one at a time so I can really feel. Yeah, but who's telling him he's being mass reported, or is that just something he's, like, assuming?
You have arrived at your destination.
People can say whatever they want, but, you know, it's like, is it real? Maybe they got mass reported. I don't know. On the Forza website, it just says mass reported by Chinese. No, okay. I'm confused. Damn, I spun out. Like, to my understanding, most of those bans have always been pretty vague, and they don't usually explain a lot. He was banned 2 months ago, and he concluded after comparing what he reported comparing what he was reported on with Forza Horizon, or with what Forza Band's website said, that people mass reported him, and then that there was a Chinese Forza group. They had advised mass reporting to all of these painters. But why are they mass reporting all of these painters? I think a little bit lower. You'll give me the posts? Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I think what we need to do is tweak this with let's stiffen up the rear a bit more. See how we feel about that with the ARBs. Oh yeah, what a difference that makes. Oh my gosh. Wow, what a decent score off that. That car floating? What the fuck? What? What was just happening there? That's wild. Screenshot. Boom. Alright, send it. Take a look here in just a second. Yeah, not bad for uphill. Let me take a look here. Let's take a look here. I'm gonna pull these up here so I can read them easier. All right, Forza livery creators had their liveries completely removed from the user-generated content livery catalog in Forza due to mass reporting by the community. These creators are known for the Eat to Shock creators. I received some bad news from the Forza Horizon 6 Chinese characters. You and other painters wanted by the anti-anime group. If necessary, please take down urgent action and inform the other authors as well. I see. The guys in that group thinks they are stupid. Interesting. And these posts are protected. I cannot see the other posts. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. So there's, actual posts from the Discord. And they're doing a mass reporting thing. You would think, though, that, like, if Forza... If there is no violation, you'd think Forza would be in this mindset of not banning them, right? Like, you would think. I would think, at least. I don't know. That's been my opinion. You doubt they check most of the time? Is there an appeals system in any capacity? I know Forza's like weirdly strict on some of this stuff, so. I'm stuck in the woods. There's limited appeal. Yeah, I mean, most companies do that nowadays. It's pretty limited. Unless you know something on the dev side, nothing happens. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how most companies treat it these days. It's kind of frustrating. Yeah, I mean, that's really frustrating if, you know, like these anti-anime groups or whatever are mass reporting these people. You know, that's frustrating for sure. The fact that there are so many anime liveries this time around, too, makes me thinking that was Forza being more lax on it than they were in 4 and 3. Or 4 and 5, rather. Twirl, welcome more third-party slop, yeah. Yep, that is unfortunate. God, I hate it when it rains in Tokyo. God damn it. It makes it impossible for me to tune this car. But I was thinking a little bit softer in the front. Not a lot. Just something to give it a little bit more grip. Let's go back to where we were. I don't think this is where we were, but we can go here. I'm in Mimi's car. That's right. Be back in a minute. All right, Andrew. Have a good one. So I can get a lot of angle out of it, but I want more. Obviously, I want more. I failed it. No, it's such a good score, too. I wonder what my top score. I think it's 2 something, right? What is my top score here? Can I not just, like, view... There we go. View leaderboard. Let's see. Yeah, I'm in 3000's place. Top 1%. Oh. Anyway, yeah, apparently 263,000 still on that one. Most people using the Nissan Z and the Supra, I think. Yep. Yeah, and everyone likes the Z and the Supra. Well, somebody's got a chaser time on here. That's a pretty solid chaser time. I wonder if they looped around a few times. There's a few spots on this track where you can actually like do some big loops. And it just keeps adding your score up. What do you think of those 6 drifts? Wait, I wonder, can you actually, like... I'm just stuck here now. Wait, did it free me? Yes. I wonder if I could do it with the chaser, but I think you could just drift that whole hillside if you wanted to, right? No, 100%. 100%. I mean, it's not more points, but it's funnier. Hold on, let me change cars real quick, just for an experiment. Let me get something all-wheel drive, because then I can actually like grip the road a little bit better. But I bet you could drift that whole thing. This drift zone's so broken. I haven't done all-wheel drive drifting for a hot minute here. It's gonna be interesting. How far out can I go? Oh my god! That's insane. Okay, that's actually insane. That's insane how far out you can go. It's really hard to get it to drift out here, but you can theoretically just keep drifting into the mountains. I can't see anything, but I can just drift into these mountains. I went too far out that time. That's fucking wild. How can you go out that far and still consider drift zone? What the fuck? Oh, we gotta try that again. We gotta experiment some more. Yeah, the fact that I can do these big sweeping drifts like this is crazy. Boy, this car is hard to turn sometimes. I should really rework this tune. That's almost as much as my other one. What the heck? Yeah, I'm definitely hitting a few cones here. It's my, no it's not. Change cars, forward. I didn't know that was that broken. That's silly. I know, totally off topic from what we were doing. Not Subaru. Ford. I want to go Ford. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's wild. I feel like I just need to clear all the woods out in this area as much as possible. Woo! Yeah, I mean, look, this should not count as drifting up here. What the fuck? Ah, there's my cutoff again. You can go crazy far out. That's insane, though. So that must be how they're getting these high scores, right? They're doing like a back and forth deep into the woods, further than I went. Yeah, because I got 400,000 points. I gotta stop drifting backwards. I'm losing too much momentum, speed. Yeah, even with that, I only made 263, or 61, I think, there. I don't think I did more. Of course, now it's gonna rain. It's always raining in Forza. If I can keep that almost backwards edge going as much as possible, I think I'll do better. Yeah, not quite good enough though. Not with the rain. It's really hard to keep the speed up high enough in the rain. Yeah, I'm wondering where it lets me, like, double. There's gotta be a spot that lets you double back. They're making 4,000. Absolutely has to be a spot they're being allowed to double back. That's interesting. Totally got distracted from what I was doing. That's not what I want. I want cars. That's what I want. I gotta stop. I keep going to the wrong thing all the time. It's still raining. My tires can't get hot enough in the rain. I think that's what it is. Like, the tires just stay too grippy. It's really hard to get maximum point grip. But feeling this right now, I think I want to try to tweak my suspension a little bit. I think we want it just a touch softer. Ah! I need it to be dry, damn it. Might have to go into a drift event. This is apparently going to keep raining forever out here. What class is this, actually? Oh, it says right there. A class. A class. This is pretty good for A class, actually. That's interesting. Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going. Maybe I'm too tired today. Yes, actually. Pick my car. Hurry up and pick your car. I don't have enough time to pick your car. Hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. Big slides. Yeah, see now I can get pretty deep angles, at least on flat ground, and pull out of it still. I don't think I could do this on angled surfaces, but at least on flat ground I can. And I have really good speed out of this car too. Almost was able to pull out of that. That's some pretty crazy detail or angle there I had. I was too busy looking at the boat. Man, I want to go to the ocean. Fuck! Ah! Fuck, I want to go to the ocean. I want to live on the sand. I want to be an ocean wizard. Live out in the sand with a staff and a cloak. People come up to me, who are you? I'm the ocean wizard. The ocean heeds my call. And they definitely wouldn't think I'm insane. This is normal. You wouldn't understand you're not an ocean wizard. This is how it works. It's how it works. It's how it do. Let's see how it does. I don't know if I'll be able to lift anything today. Fucking hell. Hey, a car you own? You own a Brat? Nice. Brats are super fun. I want all the Brats. Yeah, we converted it into a rear-wheel drive drift car. And you know, it kind of does pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. Ooh! Tell you that first corner there. Oh man, that sucks. I'm like stuck. Yours is mint condition. Nice. I gotta get more speed for this section. I came out too slow. Son of a bitch! No, I fucking wiped out again. Shit. So we can almost take it to that edge, but then we lose it. Oh, wow, so close to first. So close, so close. Had I not lost it, I might have tied with them up there at first. That was actually pretty good. It's a lot better than it used to be, but yeah, obviously at the front end still kind of, I think the front end needs to have a little bit less bump. Because when I clipped that inside, we got just absolutely spun out so easily. So then I was afraid to clip this curb here. There's a curb there. What curve was it we hit? I think it was the other one. Or I got time to reach it. Even if I hit this one, yeah, I didn't feel bad there. I must have been just sharp enough that it was enough to pull me over. What a bummer. What a bummer. Man, we were so close. I wanted first, damn you. Who was in first? Nissan Powell? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. It's always the weird cars in first. The cars that were never meant to be drift cars, converting into drift cars, are always somehow the best drift cars. I don't know why. Just waiting for the festival to load. Here we go. Ooh, it's fucking froggy out. This one's gonna be interesting. It's got a couple of weird spots that I think this car's not gonna do good at. But it's a good experiment for me to try tuning this. Damn, I keep losing these corners. I should not be losing. I think I'm trying to, like I'm doing some brake tapping to try to like push it out a little bit further. And that's probably why I'm failing on some of these corners. So that one I was just trying to go for deeper angles. Anger? Yeah, no, deeper angle. That's where I thought I would start doing a little bit poorer. I mean, overall, we did okay. Okay, we did much better this time. Still not good enough. Just gotta push for those deeper, longer angles, I guess. Whoa! Deep angle. Unintended deep angle. Lost my drift. Sad. Oh, I've lost it again, too. Oh my gosh. Twice in a row. Man, all my points are gone. R.I.P. I would have gotten like 50,000 points to this zone, probably. Yeah, so I'm still struggling getting these corners to respond in the way I want. Maybe I need to soften it up just a bit more in the front and then change the rebound a little bit. Yeah, that would have been a really good score. I gotten some good angle on there. I was really thinking I would have nailed it, but couldn't even keep up. Too many spin outs. So I think we should soften the suspension a little bit. Just a little bit more and reduce down the bump and the rebound. I think those are the main things that are probably like stopping me from being able to hold the turn. Yeah. Let's see how we do. We'll take it for another spin. By spin, I mean I'm going to exit out of here, be stuck in my roof. Stop spawning me up here, you fucks. Alright, so we're just gonna respawn the car. So it puts me back on the roof. Bro, put me on the fucking road. For the love of God. Put me on the road when I respawn my car, please. God. Why? Alright, so... Oops. Let's take a look at... Let's just try... softening that rebound stiffness. In the front. We'll see what that feels like. Which keeps it kind of tight in the back. Huh? It's like an awful spot to test anyway. Let's go back here. It's a little more even, a little more flat. We can have a better idea what what we got going on. I probably should take it to the city where there's more curves and stuff. But I mean, I got kind of bank turns there, which I'm like also struggling a bit with. Whoops. Too little power. Not too bad. It feels pretty good. Let's try it. Let's go to the city and see if we can bump a few curves. Is that one track over here? No, it's... Maybe it is over here. We could try this drift zone. Just see how it feels. I'm just trying to like dial it in a little bit more because it's still kind of rough. And I think this is a little too easy to like slap. Oh, this is done. I've done it. It's good enough, for the average Joe or whatever. And sure, you could go about it that way if you really wanted to. It's hard to tell if I fucked up there or if I just bumped the railings too hard. I definitely had too little speed for sure. Let's the speed hit that corner again because it's a good curb corner. Trying to find that one. There's that one drift track that we always end up on. It's like near the city. Maybe it's this one. Like right in here. Could be it. So I want to, like, those double curb sections, I want to, like, practice going over them. Because they always kind of, like, cook me. Is there any of them that don't? Yeah. There's like, nothing that doesn't have them, with plants on them, apparently. We'll drive around a bit in the town here. Ugh. Where all these cars come from? Yeah, it doesn't feel too bad. Even when I go slow, it doesn't feel too bad. I think we kind of worked that problem out. I think the only other thing I want to do is I want to also lower it in the rear. And then I think we want to stiffen up the rear ARB a little bit more. That was a big bump there we hit. The flower beds are a little bit higher up than the curb is. I want to just tap my back tires against this center curb if I can. Or a curb, just to kind of feel how it feels. Like right here. I looked away. Damn it. I looked away! Son of a bitch. Samantha, what's up? How are you doing? Alright. I'm gonna try to... I don't think it feels too bad now. I definitely feel like it feels better. It's just really hard to tell until we're like out on the track and I'm pushing it to the limits. Because I'd like to keep that kind of level of angle if I can. But every time I'm at a track, I'm like not maintaining that. So I say I queue one more time and to see how it is. Hello, Hannah. How are you? Welcome in. You're doing good, Samantha. Glad to hear it. Yeah, we're just testing out. We're testing out my rear-wheel drive brat, little brat here that we got going on. Kind of crushing that around some corners. And we're only getting the last day of the event. Okay, suppose that's a thing. How's stream? Nice to meet you. You know what? Stream's going pretty good. We had a pretty good day today. We're kind of winding down. We're ending streams earlier this week as an experiment. And I think I disconnected my controller. Yep. Hello? Okay, that's yeah. Early streams are so good for mental health. I love streaming in the mornings. But yeah, I don't normally, and usually I do 5-hour streams, but it's been too stressful for my voice lately. I've been losing my voice a lot more often. And I don't know if it's just like summer allergy season or the smoke that's been in the air or like what it is, or if it's like I'm just having a hard time after surgery or whatever. Something's causing it. So I was like, maybe I'll subtract an hour. Maybe we'll add another day later is kind of what I was thinking. Just adding another day to stream eventually. But right now I want to like focus a little bit more on YouTube anyway. So making more YouTube content. Love making long form content when I have the energy for it. But streaming takes away a lot of that time. Oof. Lost my angle there. There we go. Get deep with it. No one goes deep in these sections, and I feel like they should be more willing. Also, I'm kind of curious how this will handle the bumps. Pretty good overall. I went kind of slow through there. Yo, Mahana, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Appreciate it. Oh. Can't read chat and drift at the same time. Are you a big Forza player? What's your favorite car and your favorite type of drifting? You play a ton? Do you like road racing, drifting? I couldn't recover it even with tapping the brakes. I can't talk. Told you I started losing my mind. Slowly but surely. Like road and off-road, yeah. I did a challenge where I tried to be in the top 1% of every rival track. Every track basically in Forza Horizon 5. And we did it except for 3. There's 3 tracks that we couldn't quite do, but we're still in like the top 100 of the player base on those. I think I'm like 130 something on one of them, and like it just feels very good. That was a very big challenge. So I love road racing. I love all the racing types. I would say my favorite class is A class though every time. Although I think now it might be S1. Arguably, I even like S2 now, which is kind of gnarly. wonder if I'll have enough time to actually finish this lap, because it might be a really high scoring lap if I'm careful enough. But I'm kind of slow, so I don't know that I will be. I kind of fucked that corner up. Ooh, too much grip. I've done that so many things. I honestly hated everything in A class and above. Yeah, S1 and S2 definitely, especially in Forza 5, did not have a lot of forgiveness. I don't think we're gonna have enough time. I don't think I'm gonna make it through this. We're gonna try. 30 seconds left, the last leg of the trick, but this is like the slowest part for the drifting. Oh, I spun. It's Jover! 3rd place! Yeah, there's no shot I'll make it now. Anything A class above, I feel like anything faster is about
in the bin.
Waiting for mistakes and opportunities. Yeah. I think the one thing I liked about A class is that I could actually like keep up with it, and I think S1 now I kind of like again. I mean, I've been using S2 a little bit, but like, you know, not as much. R I haven't really dived in too much yet. I'll be curious what I'll be like, because I'm probably gonna do the same challenge again, where I try to get in the top 1% of all the Forza races. I feel like it's gonna be harder this time. I don't think as many people care about the rival races this time as they did any other time. Like, there are not a lot of times on there where there's millions before. Ow! I got isekai'd and then put in the maid dress. God damn it, CatsAGen.
In the bin.
In the bin. Oh, goodness. But, yeah, I feel like definitely A class was a lot more fun in the previous one. I actually, if I'm honest, D class racing was ridiculous and some of the funnest, stupidest shit I've ever seen. It was genuinely so stupid. It was ridiculous. We had the Peel 50 for the off-road section, the fastest little nugget of a car that could flip over at a moment's notice. Oh, what's that? A pebble in the road? Do a barrel roll. What? It was an absolute nightmare, but also very funny. And then we had the power build Ford Coupe. Oh my gosh, that thing was fun. I gotta be careful in this track. Offsides on the tracks does not count as drifting. This track is kind of miserable, though. It's very miserable in A class. I don't have the power to get up this hill. I just got no points for that whole section. Isn't that crazy? Like, basically no points. Yup. 7 is your highest streak yet. Wow, CatsAGen, actually, that's pretty high. Can we get a shout out for CatsAGen? I don't think I have any moderators that are alive. They're all dead. I murdered them all. Yeah, this track is weirdly picky about being on the dirt, whereas a lot of the other tracks are not. I don't know why this one got a much pickier treatment. Oh, look, one of my mods is alive. Mod, do a shout out. Can't believe I ate my mods, I know, right? Yeah, no points again. Ugh. That corner is killer. Look at these point eaters corners, like. This is a much more technical track, but what bothers me is that I'm so used to going off sides for maximum pointage. The fact that I have to now stay on. You're like, here I can do it. Why can I do it here? It makes no sense! Okay, make it make sense? I lost too much power. Yeah, this is a tough track for sure. Yeah, look at all the points I lost from that, hitting that corner too. That flag just got phantom hit. What was that? I'm gonna beat him. I'm gonna beat him. I'm gonna beat him. I'm gonna beat him. I did it! I did it last second! I got a higher score! Let's go! Thank God, I'm number one. For once in my life, I'm number one! Damn, mods are dead. It's alright. I got it. Oh, it hurts to move my shoulder. I gotta not work out today. I think today is a non-workout day for sure. You ate them, of course. They're already dead. Not when they're spamming lizard in the chat. They're still alive somewhere. Don't mind the pile of cans you just heard rattling around. I don't have a Dr. Pepper addiction. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I've only had 3 this morning. Teehee. Just 3. Ow, 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 ow. Ah, that hurts. Hey, do you know CatsAGen does pretty cool art? They also stream. They don't stream their art, though. I don't know why not. It's kind of weird. They do awesome art, but they don't like those be seen drawing. Anyway, they like playing Miku 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 Miku. I keep botching that corner. You do sometimes? Should do it all the time. You should also add a clown makeup toggle. Because we all know CatsAgen's a clown. Ow! 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 Hi, 108. How you doing? You know, surprisingly, this is a competent drift car. Also, ouch. I think we got it dialed in to the point where I'm comfortable probably sharing it. Which means I guess I gotta do another tuning video. I haven't done a tuning video for a while. What am I saying? I haven't done any videos for a while. I almost lost that there. Going for the record breaker. First place. Let's go.
I got this!
I do got this. How you doing, Austin? I'm currently in first. Oops, kind of botched that corner. That's okay, that's okay. We'll recover through this section here. See, he's scrubbing off. Whoa! Maybe he's not scrubbing off too much speed, but I certainly am. Oh, God. I might have lost my new high score. No! I lost my new high score and I matched it instead, and it won't be enough time to do another lap. Damn. That's too bad. Hey, you want to know what my little sister thinks you are? Or what does your little sister think I am? Little sister thinks you're a guy? That's crazy. That's very silly. Oh, we didn't succeed. I can't believe we lost. Oh, my arm hurts so bad. I lifted too many weights at the gym. What have I done? I'm crippled. Yeah, I think today is not a gym day for sure. Did I jump scare you with the truck? Of course. No one expects Truck Coon. Well, we did pretty good. I think this is well honed in. He's using off-road tires. Very interesting. I've been trying to experiment with the off-road tire stuff, but it's hard. I told you that you're a girl. I mean, you're right. I am a girl. It's really funny. Is there one more track, or is it setting up a whole new event? If it's setting up a new event, I think we're wrapping up for the day, unfortunately. Nope, it's the same. It's part of the same series. We'll finish out the series at least. Oh god, it's this track. Yeah, so you get one chance to do this track, and if you fuck it up, there's not another chance for a second lap. And I'm at a disadvantage because I'm in first. Here's where we get to test out to see how the car feels against curbs, which was one of the things we were trying to work out before. And it is doing better. Better than that guy, at least. Yeah, I'm definitely sore, Lissa. Whoop! Okay, when I let off the gas off that curb, though, it definitely pushed me out. Like, I gripped up and, like... There's definitely, like, some extra gripping going on when you hit the curves. Big, deep drifts. Big drift, big drift. Oh! I didn't see the flower box there. My peonies. I don't think we'll be in first, but we might be able to still manage second. Yeah, oh my gosh, look at first is so far ahead. Holy shit. Yep, hit the curb again. So it's still having some trouble on those curves, especially when I'm decelerating. Nyom. Oh, that's a name. How do I say that? Hello, thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. What design is on my car? I don't remember. Kaneko? Kaneko? I don't know who that is. I just saw it and I was like, oh, this looks cute. Yeah, with that one wipeout, I'm still wondering if we'll be able to hit off into the next. Yeah, we're not even gonna hit. We're gonna hit third. Maybe. Nope, not even. We're in fourth place. Oof, big L. Yeah, with 2 accidents like that, yeah. But yeah, it says Kaneko. I don't know if that's the name of the character or not. Also Snap-on in here too. This could just be brand names. I'm getting ghosted, so it's harder to see the design. It's some anime girl of some sort. I'm not allowed to hit the people, sadly. God. Oh wait, can I escape? Am I allowed to escape? Hold on, we gotta do this experiment before the timer runs out. We got a minute time left. Well, we were able to break the railing here. Damn, there is an invisible wall there, unfortunately. Not allowed to escape. Where's the fun in that? Come on, Forza, let me escape, please. But yeah, I don't know who this is. Red hair with a braided, with a braid on one side. And a red bow, white schoolgirl uniform. It's hard to say. But yeah, I've been hitting the gym twice so far this week, and I want to go again. I want to go today, but I am just too sore. I don't think I can manage it. I am just hurting. So I think it's a good day to rest and go back to it on Thursday and Friday, but give myself a day to recover a little bit more. Because I'll just push myself again and hurt myself even more. Because that's what I always do. I just have that habit of doing that, you know? All right. Well, wrapping up the series decently. We did okay. We did okay for that drift one. I think I'll still share it. I think it's still good. It's just that you gotta watch out for those curves. I think it's a common issue with any drift car. But I definitely think it's a fun car to drift around in. But yeah, we are ending. So we've started ending our streams earlier this week, just as an experiment. We're gonna go back to 2 o'clock, but we're gonna start later. Thank you for the hydrate, Lan. Appreciate it. I'm almost out of water. Last of my water, actually, completely out of water now. So if I hydrate again, it's just Dr. Pepper's at this point, I think. But yeah, so we'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. till 1 o'clock, doing the weekly playlist, grinding through that, and then we'll be done for the week. And then we'll be coming back next week with some new content, some new stuff. I got a very busy weekend ahead of me here, getting the rest of the content kind of made. I got a lot of video stuff I want to work on. Got to finish up the outfit for the summer reveal. There's a lot of little things I got going on, so I got to work on those a whole bunch. Who can we raid into today? Who's live? Who's around? Who's doing something neato? What are people doing? I don't even know who that is. Don't have a clue. Like, genuinely. I know I sounded sarcastic there, but I genuinely didn't. I was actually looking at people I knew today. Oh, as I snap all of my bones. Oh, it's Amy from the high school DxD. It doesn't look like a DxD character. She looks too flat-chested. The only thing I know about, like, DxD is, like, everyone's really busty. See who I see. I'm looking through my list of people I know. Get somebody playing Pokemon. We can give them a little raid. I haven't seen this person for a while, so I'm like, I don't even remember their content. Happens sometimes. I follow so many people. Gets to be overwhelming. Nice meeting you, girl. See you again soon. Yeah, we'll be live tomorrow at 9 a.m. like I said. Let's get the raid message going in the chat. We're going to start the raid up here. Here's our raid message. What daily challenges do you have? As far in Forza? Off the top of my head, I don't know. I think we just did the drifting one today because I saw that got completed. Come on in, everybody. Let's go say hi to Raya. I think that's how I... Ray? No, it's Ray. I'm so tired. I can't even read anymore. Copy our little message. We're all little nuts. Not as nuts as this Driftless raid. We're going to go spam that in their chat once we go over there. All right, folks. It's been a wonderful day. 9 a.m. tomorrow. Then we're off for the rest of the week. Looking forward to it. We got some big events coming up. Announcements for that coming hopefully this weekend. So, as always, folks, stay safe out there. Be good to one another. And we'll see you all